Good evening and welcome to the January 20th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming. Present. Councilmember Freely.
Present.
Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummins. Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell. Councilmember Martin Rogers. Present. Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight's invocation will be presented by Pastor Jackie Smith from Impact Church immediately following the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
It's on the microphone.
Let's assume an attitude of prayer. Eternal God, the source of wisdom and the giver of all good gifts, we pause this evening with gratitude for the city we serve and the people who call East Point home. We thank you for granting us this moment to come together in the spirit of community, progress, and service. Bless our mayor, council members, city staff, and all who gather here tonight. May their deliberations be guided by fairness, understanding, and integrity. Grant each leader a listening ear, a discerning heart, and the courage to make decisions that uplift every resident, especially those whose voices are often unheard. We ask for your protection over this city, its families, its schools, its neighborhoods, and places of work. Let peace dwell among us, and may hope and cooperation continue to strengthen our shared vision for East Point's future. It's in your holy name that we pray. Amen. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Tonight's Sergeant of Arms is Captain Robinson. Thank you for your service. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda approval? It has been moved and properly second. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Next, we will move to adopt the approval of the minutes. May I have a motion for approval to adopt the minutes from the regular, from the work session? From the regular meeting, I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I move to approve the meeting minutes from the regular city council meeting of January 5th, 2026.
Thank you. It has been moved and properly second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. All right. Is there a public hearing for tonight? Madam City Clerk? No? Okay. And we will move on to public comments. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comments form available to the City Hall in the City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form. provided that the speaker, given his or her form, that he or she gives all or part of her time, they up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during the time of the agenda. Speakers may identify themselves in their address, speakers may identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point's residents will have first priority over speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules and decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, the first.
Up first, we have Ms. Ernestine Pittman, and she had time given to her by Mr. Sheldon Herbert, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and to the 2 new council members. Start to get the devil out first, huh? All right. I'm here tonight because I am past disgusted. You are our elected governing body. You are the ones who the residents in this city ought to support and not be afraid to agree or disagree with you. I owe no allegiance whatsoever to the city manager or the city attorney. I'd like to know, why are you all paying $300,000 a year for a city attorney who has no presence in the city from 8 to 5 daily? We don't have an assistant city attorney, so we don't have anyone legally on staff here. $20,000 a month to be retained, $5,000 for services, not anything written on a single scrap of paper, no agreement, no contract. Now, residents are going to be behind you, but you need to be on your own feet, standing up for our policies, our charter, and the state of Georgia. I don't mind riding by your house, walking by your house, protesting. You might call me Minnesota Sue, because you are doing and allowing the city manager and the city attorney to do what is happening in Minnesota with convicted President Trump and his minions. You are taking away your power and giving it away. Now, you need to fire that city manager. You don't have any kind of agreement or contract or what. We need someone here on staff so that when either one of you have a question, you can pick up the phone and call. Nobody can expect you, newly elected or older ones either, to know all the city policies, everything that's in the charter, what has come down in the pack from the Superior Court or the state legislature, that you need to have legal advice on. The city manager works for you. He, in our form of government, has absolutely no authority to work on behalf of a single council member up here. So why in the Hammurabi is he over events in the city? There was a Martin Luther King commemorative service in here yesterday. How many residents in the city knew about it? None. The place too little to even have it. But thank God for Ebenezer. That's what I listened to. Oh, I'm not through by a long shot. Then I come up and see this council budget, FY 25-26, for events. Budgeted $943,500. Money on hand, $294,312.54. I want to know, where in the state of Georgia canons, Madam Mayor, you can check that out, and all the council members, with our esteemed $300,000 gold-plated city attorney. Where is it in the canons of Georgia law where this strips the gratuity clause by the state. It's not a thing on here that has to do with governance. Does not have anything to do with administrative responsibility that's stated for the city manager and what he is supposed to be doing. He's sitting over there now with people in his office making well over $1 million in salaries and benefits running the city. I don't need them to tell me what's going on in my community. They don't live here. But they're in charge of community affairs. They're over there at DEI. Last time I heard about DEI, we'd at least had one black over there that lived in the city with this, our constituent here. We don't. That department needs to go. It was never voted on by council. Only the council can create an agency or a department. Only a council can establish salaries. But that's been done by our esteemed $203,000 a year city manager. Between the two of those, we're paying over $500,000. And what are we getting for leadership and accountability? Zilch. All I had to do was just go to the agenda packet, start roaming, and I nearly flipped this wig. And my double twos too. Chest started beating fast. And I have to come here, go to my website, I will have the documents there, and get ready. I'm checking who's voting on what. I'm union. I believe in protesting. This is my right, this is my city, and it belongs to everybody in it. You all represent us. We support you when you follow the law. If you don't like it, amend it, appeal it, but don't disregard it. And don't spend my money. No, three things you don't deal with. My mama, my money, and my man. Now you're fooling with my money that I don't pay because I'm over 70. So you're fooling with all these younger folks around here in their 30s. Can't do anything because they don't have the money. They can take care of me. And I'm sick of these senior freebies. I can afford to pay for what I want. And so can many of them. Now my time is about up. Listen out for me on WCEG. Good night.
Up next, we have Napoleon Black, and Yolanda Reed gave time to him, so he will have 6 minutes as well.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor and City Council. My name is Napoleon Black, Delow Drive. What I wanted to do is basically give some information out to residents because many residents don't get this information in the mailings that come with the utility bills every month. So I want to tell the residents to make sure that they maintain property insurance. If you're a renter, please maintain renter's insurance because anything can happen, and be safe versus trying to save a few dollars. For the homeowners, make sure that you file for your home exemption, homestead exemptions, disability, senior exemptions, whatever you file for with the Fulton County assessors. Make sure you also file that with the city of East Point because those two departments, we don't talk to Fulton County, so even though you may have exemptions with Fulton County, you won't have them here at the city of East Point. So make sure you file that directly with the office here. Now, as far as safety with your homes, a lot of homes, because we do have a pretty dark city, a lot of the addresses are not clearly visible, and what most residents should do or are encouraged to do is to put numbers on both sides of the mailboxes. And also, as far as your home, it's recommended that you put numbers on your home that are about 6 to 8 inches in size. That way, EMS or the police department or a delivery service can see your address from the street. And this will assess, you getting services in the event that you need it. Another issue that comes up, when you dial 911 from your cell phone in certain parts of the city, because we border Hateville and we border College Park and Atlanta, depending on where you're located at, you may automatically be defaulted to those cities. But what you can do is put in your cell phone the East Point Police Department's number. So that way, as long as you're inside the city of East Point, you can contact the City of East Point Police Department. And their number is 404-761-2177. 404-761-2177. And that's just something for safety. And the last, if you are on the street that has blown lights, you should contact the East Point Power Department and let them know that the lights are blown, because they're not going to know unless you tell them. And if you're on the street that you feel you need more lights installed because it's pretty dark and you're worried about your safety, you should contact the East Point Power Department as well. And if you have a blackout, which we have often in certain areas, you can call the number 943-200-2030, and that's what you should contact if we have a blackout in your area. And other than that, that's my announcement to the residents to help them. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Ralph Berry, who has time given to him by Ms. Ruth Fleming, so he'll have 6 minutes.
My name is Ralph Berry. I live at 2502 Jefferson Terrace in Ward B. I want to talk about data centers. I'm genuinely grateful to Council for having established a 6-month moratorium on data center construction. And I look forward to Council's developing a far-sighted data center policy for East Point's future. As we heard at last week's work session, data centers can mean millions of dollars in revenue for a city. Money that can be used to create parks, repair infrastructure, and improve schools and services. And vacant industrial sites, like the ones around Oakley Drive or Central Avenue, to mention only 2 in East Point, are exactly the kind of properties Microsoft, Google, and Amazon need. Of course, data centers use a lot of electricity, more than the rest of East Point combined, and they require vast quantities of water. I was encouraged last week by Council's careful attention to these issues. But there are practical workarounds and technological advances to help mitigate them. And Microsoft has recently announced enhanced benefits for communities to offset their worst effects. If the power and water issues could be managed, it's easy to see how one day a small municipality like East Point might find a data center attractive. However, there's a further issue with data centers, one that didn't receive as much attention last week, and that may seem minor by comparison. Data centers are very noisy. They emit a continuous hum 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And depending on the weather conditions and the data center's size, the hum can be heard from 1/4 mile to 3 miles away. Noise dampening technology can help reduce its volume. And over time, some residents say they get used to it. But even so, the hum from a data center can be costly. As soon as a prospective home buyer steps out of her car and hears it, your home selling price drops tens of thousands of dollars. And every restaurant owner knows, or soon learns, that diners don't like to sit in a sidewalk cafe where instead of soft music, the ambient sound is a perpetual buzzing. 20 years ago, my sister and her husband retired and purchased some land in a rural community near Athens. They built a lovely home on 5 wooded acres, and their son and his family built a home on the 5 acres next door. They planned to spend the rest of their lives there. However, the local government needed money. So it permitted a high-tech waste engineering firm to locate its recycling plant a mile away. After that, you could sit on my sister's back porch, look over the creek into the surrounding trees, and hear what sounded like a jet engine. My sister's family spent 3 years fighting the plant's management before selling their homes for a fraction of what they'd cost to build and moving away. There's a moral to this story. You do not know and cannot anticipate how disruptive to your way of life a data center's perpetual 55 decibel hum is going to be until the data center has been built and is in operation, and then it's too late.
Lastly, we have Mr. Jeremy Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Taylor. I live at 3055 Orr Drive. And right now, as City Council holds this meeting, 2.5 miles away, our City Police Chief is sharing a platform with Homeland Security at an event that is advertised as a community conversation to talk about ICE's presence in our community. When this event was first advertised, the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights was also listed as a participant on the panel. I have since learned that the Georgia Latino Alliance did not have prior knowledge to the presence of Homeland Security also being on the panel, and so they have dropped out of participating. And my point in sharing this here is that East Point's police chief participating on a panel with Homeland Security, it sends a message. While Homeland Security, participating on a panel with Homeland Security while ICE continues to infringe on human rights across the country, that particularly makes a statement. It pushes away some of the vulnerable neighbors in our community. And I admit I don't know what our police chief is sharing right now while sitting next to Homeland Security, but for the sake of our East Point neighbors, I hope he's making it clear that our local law enforcement will not support any organization actively infringing on human rights, that no one in our communities is struggling because of undocumented migrants, and that our police department will do everything they can in their power to protect our residents and keep our communities safe from any organization that's overstepping its power. And I encourage our mayor and council this evening to use whatever influence you have over our police department to enable them to be bold and transparent on where they stand in regard to cooperation with ICE, so that our neighbors know where to place their trust and can better manage their expectations. Thank you for your time.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you, everyone who spoke during the public comments. I will now turn it over to council for comments. Councilwoman Ziegler and then Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you so much to everybody who came out tonight. Thank you. To speak in public comments. I also wanted to just say thank you to the city manager's office for putting together the Martin Luther King Day at Service yesterday. It was very inspiring. And I also wanted to give a shout out to the Parks and Rec Department and Public Works as well. They really helped us in Ward B with our litter pickup and illegal dumping pickup in the East Washington neighborhood. Thank you.
Councilman Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to echo the sentiments of my ward mate, Councilmember Ziegler, and also thank the City Manager's Office and all of the city staff that participated in yesterday's ML King Day of Service, particularly Public Works and Parks and Recreation. I'd also like to talk about a scholar athlete at Tri-Cities High School. Alyssa Bandele is a graduating senior at Tri-Cities High School. She is a basketball player, and she has reached her 1,000th career point. And I mentioned this evening because I wanted to laud her for balancing academics and athletics. Not only is she a great athlete, but she also has a 4.0 plus GPA, is a graduating senior, and is in the top 10 of her class. Thirdly, I'd like to mention that St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, located at 2870 Headland Drive, will celebrate its 35th church anniversary on Sunday, March 1st at 10 a.m. And I have attended that church as a visitor on many occasions, and they're always very welcoming, and so would like to thank the church for the work that they've been doing in the community. I've partnered with them on several occasions. They provided space and other services when I'm doing events for seniors and others in the community, so I'd like to thank St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church. And finally, would like to mention that my councilmate and I, my ward mate, Councilmember Carrie Ziegler, and I will have our Ward B community meeting next Monday, January 26th at 6:30 to 8:30 at the Arts Exchange, located on Noonan Avenue in the Colonial Hills neighborhood. We invite all of you to come out if you'd like. Lots of great information will be shared that evening from the new proposed solid waste routes. We'll have a representative from MARTA, also a representative from Wellstar to talk about the hospital property, and perhaps someone from the city manager's office to talk about the budget, amongst other things. And those are my announcements, and I yield. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd just like to say thank you to everyone that participated in the Martin Luther King Day of Service events throughout the entire city of East Point. I want to thank the Ward D at Large, Councilmember Caldwell, members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, Microsoft, Georgia Works, and Ward D residents. We did our big one on yesterday at the Atlanta Community Food Bank. I don't know, will you share those numbers? I don't have them with me right now as to the amount of food that we packaged for Georgia families in need, so I just want to say thank you for that. The Microsoft East Point Park Art Survey meeting, there's a community meeting for the art install for our newest park on January 24th, 2025 at the Georgia Soccer Park, 3895 Ben Hill Road in East Point, Georgia. I'd also like to just provide some information on one of our speakers that spoke tonight. The event that is being held tonight is a proposed informational meeting. I know that there was a concern about our police chief attending that meeting. However, the chief's participation highlights leadership, accountability, and a forward-thinking approach to public safety. It's an informational meeting, and it is beneficial that the chief of police should attend that meeting. In my opinion, he has the practical experience and commitment to protection in the community. There are a lot of things happening in and around our community, and I think that someone that can speak to public safety and how public safety is being done in the city of East Point is our chief of police. So it was being shared as an informational meeting only. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Mitchell.
Thank you. I just had a few appointments to make tonight. So for the Park and Rec Commission, I would like to make a motion to
He can do it during his comments.
appoint Jennifer Macon.
Second. All those opposed? Motion
Right.
carried.
And to the Local Food Ecosystem Commission, I would like to make a motion to appoint Ms. Sammy Holloway.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor? All those opposed?
And lastly, to the Civil Service Board of Appeals, I would like to make a motion to appoint Dr. William Bryant.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for coming out this evening, for those that are here in person and those that are viewing the meeting via live stream. I'd like to thank City Manager, staff, Parks and Rec, Public Works Department, for everything you guys did on yesterday for the city's acknowledgement of Martin Luther King Day of Service. To all of my ward, all of my colleagues here that had various events going on in their respective wards, thank you all so much for that. I'd like to especially thank Word of Faith Love Center for providing lunch yesterday for our police, fire, and corrections department over at the fire station, number 4. And for those that came out, parishioners and residents who volunteered to help serve lunch for our public safety department. And once we finished there, then we went over to Sykes Park and cleaned up as well there. So again, just thank you to everyone that came out and supported, just, doing good things in the community, giving back a day of service. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hemmings.
Good evening, East Point. Of course, thank you everyone for coming out, and I want to thank Mr. Black for the comments he made about residents being aware of certain things that will keep them safe and prepared. And in line with that, or in spirit with that, I want to just offer that we are expecting inclement weather this weekend, and so I would advise that we're staying informed, watching the local news channels about how the precipitation may fall on our community, preparing things that would allow you to endure should there be any disruptions to utilities and services, and then also making sure that you're charging your power banks and devices and things of that nature. So this is a message just to remind everyone of preparedness for inclement weather. And I hope that as a city, we are going to be well prepared to respond to any disruptions to services and protect the health and welfare of all of our residents. Those are my comments for the evening.
Councilwoman Cardwell.
Thank you and good evening. First, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that came up and spoke. I heard a couple of things around transparency and accountability, better communication about city services, thoughtful planning and growth, and community safety. So thank you for coming up and speaking out about that. To Ms. Councilmember Rogers, Martin Rogers' point, we had great Martin Luther King celebration day, and at the Atlanta Food Bank, I wanted to share some numbers because there was a amazing turnout from the community. We were able to package over 20,000 pounds of food, and that equates to over 17,000 meals. So amazing work there. One other thing I just wanted to note is an update from the Microsoft park update, the East Point Park Survey. It is officially open. The survey was passed out and distributed throughout the city starting today at City Hall, community centers, senior centers, libraries, etc. There will be a meeting that's going to take place on January 24th from 10:30 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m., and that will take place at the Georgia Soccer Park. The purpose of this meeting is for residents to get familiar with the pocket park that is coming from Microsoft, as well as share any ideas or suggestions. Thank you.
Okay. And I'd just like to say thank you for everyone for coming out with your public comments, and I echo the sentiments of the council persons here tonight. The MLK events were amazing, and it was good to see the engagement throughout the city and the participation. On the topic of the ICE agenda tonight, I did have an opportunity to stop by St. Stephen's, and it was good to see that there were a lot of residents throughout the city that came for the information. And I echo Councilwoman Dr. LaTanya Martin Rogers' sentiments that safety and protecting our neighbors with dignity is of the utmost importance in our city. And so we want to thank you all that came out and support that. And now we will move on to the presentations and announcements. Councilman Freeland.
Yeah, so last week we had some discussion on the annual East Point Day at the Capitol, and I know Mayor Chapman, you said that you'd spoken with Mr. Clayton, who is here tonight, and I think he's just going to give us some more information on the plans thus far. Mr. Clayton.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, how about that? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone and congratulate the new members of the board. I'm John Clayton with Georgia Public Affairs.
Pardon me, Mr. Clayton, 1 second. Can we please set the timer for 15 minutes? Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
You're being mighty gracious, Mayor. I don't think I'll need that much, but I'll take that. Well, once again, I'm John Clayton with Georgia Public Affairs, and I'm joined by Lauren Paramore from our team. As a firm, we have represented East Point for 9 years as your state government affairs team. As most of you know, the General Assembly is well under its way. It started last week. We had the State of the State. This week's budget hearings, day 6 will be Monday. In a typical session, we would have a legislative roundtable to discuss legislative priorities, followed by an East Point Day at the Capitol, where the members of the City Council and Mayor would have an opportunity to meet with their local delegation. This year, with elections, kind of made it a little bit difficult to put together a really profitable legislative roundtable before the session started. So we intended to combine both the legislative roundtable and East Point Day at the Capitol this year. We have a tentative date of February 19 that, with council's approval, we will continue to schedule. I know that we all have a busy schedule tonight, so I won't bore you with all the state legislative issues, but if there's anything on y'all's mind that y'all would like to discuss, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. And I just wanted to clarify, we had mentioned, I think, February 20th last week. Mr. Clayton indicated that that's a Friday, and that might not give us an ideal situation in terms of the legislators and their schedules. So I think that's why you're recommending Thursday the 19th instead.
Yes, sir. Typically on a Friday, a lot of them drive 5 hours to get there, so if you're in the way of the door, they may knock you down on the way out around noon. So that's a kind of a short day, that session. So I would recommend either Wednesday or Thursday, or you could even go back to a Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Yes, can you, because we do have newly elected council members, can you just give us a brief description of what the East Point Day at the Capitol, what does it encompass from beginning to end? What does that day look like?
Certainly, we've done this for probably 5 or 6 years now. We had a little break during COVID, as you would probably expect, but typically what we do is we'd plan a couple meet and greets with not only your delegation, but we'd have different state elected officials that would come and talk to. I think we've had anyone from the Secretary of State, from the Superintendent of Schools, and really that's something that as council, y'all could kind of direct me to who would be more interesting to y'all on that. Maybe a department head, economic development. I've heard a lot today about data centers. You may want to speak to them about their policies that they have, but we try to make it as profitable as we can. Typically, the legislators that are there, you're going to get a window during lunch. And what we'll do is we'll invite all, I think y'all have, well, I know y'all have 3 House members and 2 senators that have typically been very, very good about coming to these all the time. And y'all should be happy. I know that y'all's representatives do a great job, and they're always willing to share their time with us on this.
And what are some trending asks? You mentioned data centers. What else is trending right now that maybe local municipalities should be concerned about, or maybe it's something that we should be advocating about that we just don't know yet? I mean, what's out there in the municipal streets, if you will? Just let us know briefly about that.
Sure. And if I'm a municipality, the big thing I'm worried about right now is the property tax discussion that's going on. I mean, that's where y'all generate the majority of y'all's revenue from, and so do counties. The thought that we're going to go ahead and say this group of homes, homestead exempt homes, are not going to have any property tax. Well, where's that going to come from? Are you just going to take that as a hole in your budget and figure out how to work around it? I doubt that's going to happen. So as that discussion gets further down the road, I encourage every member of our council to kind of stay up to date on this. I'll be sending updates to whomever wants those updates. Some people, they don't like me in their inbox all the time, but I'm more than happy to get in that as much as I can. That bill hasn't dropped yet. I do expect that to come from the Speaker of the House. I expect him to be the primary author of that. That means it's probably going to move through the legislative process on the House side fairly quickly. Senate side may have some troubles over there, but they've got both sides is kind of, Senate wants to attack the income tax, the House wants to attack the property tax. So I've got a feeling somewhere in the middle is where they'll probably meet on that. The budget's been a huge deal this year. I'm not sure if y'all have paid much attention to that, but we had a large reserve, and Governor Kemp is spending a lot of it. He's putting a lot into education, putting a lot into capital improvements to the state. Prisons, corrections, he's done a lot with them. It's going to be interesting to see how that money holds. I would follow that because you have a lot of legislators who have been waiting for a while to say, hey, I've had my priorities, and we've kind of followed the governor's priorities. This is last year. Typically, you get to see them get a little braver in the last few years of administration. So the budget and taxes are probably the two biggest things that we're hearing right now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clayton.
Yes, sir.
On the 19th, what time do you anticipate our day will start?
I anticipate it to start around 10 and probably end at 2. I try to get you around traffic as easy as possible.
Okay. And you talked about some trending issues, one of which was property taxes. So is there some buyer's remorse around House Bill 581 that was passed a couple of years ago, because we did decide to not opt out? And so I don't know if there are some discussions or fallout from cities that also decided not to opt out and they're trying to mitigate some of that, or are the discussions completely separate from 581?
It's been an interesting topic. I mean, you're getting to see a lot of people interpret that bill in a lot of different ways, and a lot of cities and counties have gone through the fact of either opting in or opting out in different manners, to where, at some point they're going to have to do something like a cleanup on that to kind of tell us what it means. And now you're having other legislators, senators, I should say, that are pushing penalties if you opted out on that. And the whole floss penny, I'm not sure how familiar you are with that, but that's an issue unto itself. I haven't seen any clarity that's been proposed this year. I do know that, and y'all have some great people, GMA and ACCG, who do great work for you, and they've been pushing that very hard over the last 2 years. I'm hopeful we'll get to some resolution over there of what House Bill 581 really says or really is intended to do. But right now, that's kind of a big question mark.
Okay. You also talked about trending issues, the budget and property tax and/or income tax, and what else we would like to see. If my colleagues do not object, I would love to have someone to talk to us about environmental issues. A lot of our citizens are dealing with some environmental stuff, and obviously that is not within the bailiwick of local governments, and so we rely on the state. So to the extent that we could have someone there that could assist us when we're having issues with environmental justice issues around the city, that would be great, if there's no objection from my colleagues.
I don't have any objection, but can we just provide a comprehensive list to him of just
Sure.
environmental issues and anything else that may be of concern for others? I don't know.
And then I do believe we'll have time to have a roundtable with our elected officials to kind of see what their priorities, what they're pursuing this year as well. So hopefully we're aligned on all that.
Good. All right. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hemming.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Clayton.
Pleasure's all mine. Thank you.
So our community obviously is very concerned about healthcare costs and healthcare access. Could you share anything that might be brewing or the discussions around that topic that would apply to residents here in East Point?
Two issues, healthcare cost and healthcare access. Healthcare access is I would consider that more of a CON issue. I do think that when you're looking at the county level as a whole, they're looking to solve the problem as they call it the hospital desert, I think you've heard. And we have some great facilities here in East Point. The CON issue, and I think in a lot of legislators' mind, it was solved last year when they gave the exemption to a teaching hospital in South Atlanta, or South Fulton, I should say. Where that teaching hospital is located is a big question mark right now. I think you've got a number of different hospital entities that are wanting to pursue that and pursue relationships with teaching hospitals as well. I hate to say that's another question mark up there, but there's a lot of conversation around that. I don't have anybody with a firm answer on how they're going to move or improve the access cost. I mean, that's more of a Medicaid question. I do know this year they fully funded Medicaid at the state level, but it's not the same. They didn't expand Medicaid, so it's almost the issue you have now is if you got it, you're going to get paid for, but a lot of people don't have it, and that's just the sheer fact of the matter.
So I propose that we have a discussion around healthcare in general, just so we can stay abreast of the different changes. I don't know this phrase you're saying, CON. Could you?
It's a certificate of need before any
I-
hospital is
Thank
open,
you.
it has to have a
Thank you very
certificate. I'm
much.
sorry.
Okay, and the other thing is I have a teenager at home, and she is very concerned about the conversations about the cell phone ban. Could you just briefly touch on that and share anything that my teen at home, Olivia, if you're watching, I asked?
Well, I'll tell you that they originally did that, and if I'm correct on this, it was kindergarten through like 8th grade. And that didn't really hurt anything. I think that you're starting to see a lot of high school students that are very well used to it, and their parents are very comfortable with them having cell phones. I think that's another idea that's going to, as we say, it needs to marinate a little while. I think it seems to be a quick issue because, you know, there are some problems that they can distinctly point to that are caused from cell phones in the classroom. But until the parents get along and agree with that, I think it's going to be a hard act to follow.
Thank you, sir.
More questions? Nope. Mr. Clayton, thank you for your time tonight and keeping us informed, and we will be following up with you with that list and next steps.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Right, moving on to the next presentation. Madam City Clerk, 15 minutes, please, for the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, it's already reset. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't know we were setting the clock, but that's kind of what this presentation was going to be on when Rule 8 applies. Madam City Attorney, and when it applies, when it doesn't apply, the presentation, I don't think Rule 8 would technically apply to limiting our time for comments for this. I think it applies mostly during debate, not during presentations. If you would like to expound, I do have some notes also.
Certainly, good evening. Rule 8, which is found in Section 2-2002, Rules of Council in your code, it provides that no council member shall speak more than once on the same question until every other council member desiring to speak shall have had an opportunity to do so, provided, however, that the proponent of the matter under consideration or the chairman of the committee whose report is under consideration, as the case may be, shall have the right to open and close debate. No council member shall speak longer than 5 minutes at any one time, except by consent of the council. And in closing debate on any question as provided above, the speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, except by consent of the council. Members may speak 2 times to each subject. Council members may only direct their comments to the chair. If information is required from the city staff, the council member may request to direct a question to the city manager. All questions are to be directed to the city manager. The city manager may then direct questions to the staff. Each council member may speak up to 3 minutes on the subjects of choice during a general comment period. So this is the Rule 8 is about debate. It is not specific that it's only when there's a resolution or an ordinance on the floor. It simply dictates the amount of time that a member of council can speak to a topic. It is not even limited to work session or the regular meeting sessions. It makes no mention of when this rule applies. It just says this is how council can speak. I think when we were in the last meeting, my interpretation of the application of Rule 8 was that it applies anytime council speaking, definitely with the limitations that I just read. I think what you're speaking about is the 15 minutes. That's found in a different.
It was my understanding that Rule 8 applies during, I think the first word of Rule 8 is debate. And that applies when the floor has been open for discussion. I'm not seeing, under matter consideration of agenda discussion, motions, or general comment periods. It was my understanding that it only applies when a motion has been made, say as kind of the difference between a work session agenda and a regular city council agenda, we have to open the floor for discussion and possible action, opposed to a work session agenda where there's not a motion needed to open the floor. So when I've asked others, that was kind of the interpretation that they had about that. And I've also seen other places that describe when it applies, when it does not apply, and included informal presentations, briefings, before a motion is on the floor, unless the chair has opened the floor for council discussion. I think my biggest question was gaining clarification around the word debate, because if we pull up Rule 8, I think that's literally the first word of it.
It is
Yeah.
definitely. That's the name of this rule. Again, I do not see in the rule, the actual rule, the language where it limits when, whether it's in work session or the regular session. And this council makes motions during work session frequently, so I don't even think that we could say that it wouldn't apply during a work session. The other portion of this, it talks about during committee reports. And obviously, all of you, I think, are assigned to committees, and so it could apply during those circumstances as well. The only other thing I will say is that the 15-minute rule that I think you mentioned is not in this. It's in a different document. It's in the work session policy that is by resolution, and it's a very old policy. I think it's even up for discussion on your agenda for tonight. I think it's from 2009.
Just lost my train of thought. So normally, I think that was going to be another point, kind of the main differences between the work session and regular session is work session is, I would say, mostly for informational purposes, right? So I don't see it, like I said, I don't see that as being a debate or a back and forth so much as a motion being made and the floor is open up for discussion for, to come to consensus or not on a motion. And I've never seen really any other council limited like we have. Like I said, it's the word debate that's getting me, which, a presentation is not a debate. And, for the most part, our work sessions are some, like I said earlier, used for informational purposes, presentations, things of that nature. So they usually ask questions, and I've never really seen it limited before. And I know that we make a lot of motions during work session, and I know we've, last meeting, suspended the rules a couple number of times. But that's not really normal behavior. Not to say that it's impossible unless, like you said, time is of the essence on a certain matter or we have to vote something through. I know I would even caution us to not make this habit to suspend the rules to pass something through a work session if it's not, if time is not that important. Because as even Mr. Berry said earlier, our last meeting, we had a presentation from ECG, and, he presented some new information. I know some of my colleagues may have learned some new things, but we suspend the rules to pass, to vote something through, or that it doesn't really give my colleagues or whatnot time to absorb the information. I think we're pretty much on the same thing with on the same page with the data centers, but I think moving forward, I think we should actually caution how after we suspend the rules for certain things. I think they're in place for a reason. And I know at the appropriate time, I think we went through this last meeting. I think I was actually getting back into it before they broke in my car. But this may be something I'll put on our next work session to discuss further, and maybe we can get some,
I think that's
further
a great
insight.
idea.
Okay.
I think that qualifying Rule 8 to when you want it to apply, when the council wants that rule to apply, would be very smart. That way it won't be subject to interpretation. It'll say exactly what you guys want with respect to when you want to limit council's comments or, the council being able to speak. You may not want it to apply during work session. You may only want it to apply whenever there's a motion on the floor. It just currently doesn't say that. The other thing, I think it would be a great idea to look side by side at your work session policy, which is not in here. It's a resolution, so it's not codified in your code, and the rules to make sure that it's very clear when the 15 minutes applies, or even amend that. Right? You guys can amend that policy. Like I said, I think it's on your agenda tonight, so as to do something different.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I just wanted to say, Councilmember Mitchell, I do agree with you. During our work session, we normally talk freely. That is the only time or only period where we are permitted to ask questions over and over, because that is really where the work should be done. Council meetings, we should be voting up or down and moving on to the next order of business. But I do know in those work session meetings, that's the only time that we're allowed to speak freely. I would like for us all to just probably come together and look at revising our work session policy. I've been working on a draft of the work session policy because it was revised in 2006 and then again in 2009, but there's a lot that goes into the policy, even as far as us getting our agendas on time, submitting information on time. Like, there has to be a better streamlined approach, not only for our discussions, but council also has to be awarded the time to get the questions answered prior to attending a work session. But I do believe that we need to revise our work session policy and how we're going to talk and how we're going to do business. So I'll be sending some of that information out and would love to have your feedback, Councilmember Mitchell.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, may I direct a question at the city attorney, please? Thank you. Madam City Attorney, do we adopt Robert's Rules of Order as Rule 1 that also speaks to speaking time limits and other considerations that promote parliamentary procedure?
In your rules of council, Rule 1 is adoption of the rules of Robert's Rules of Order. It also provides that wherever there's inconsistency, then the city ordinance, the city charter, or special rules of this council, shall govern the council in all cases which they are applicable in which they are not inconsistent. So Robert rules apply whenever they're not inconsistent with the city charter, the city ordinance, or you guys' rules of council. So there are areas in these rules of council that don't follow Robert. So when that's the case, these rules in your council, in your code, they apply.
Thank you, ma'am. Tonight, we do have an item to talk about a council onboarding so that we can better understand parliamentary procedure as it applies in East Point, specifically to your point, Madam City Attorney, because there are these potential tensions or contradictions between Rule 1 and then other rules that we might adopt. Madam Mayor, may I direct a comment to Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell, I just want to publicly apologize. As we discussed privately, I did use Rule 8 during the work session to, in my best estimation, ensure that we were working deliberatively through the council agenda as it was a long work session. And so I want to offer you my public apology as I've offered you my private apology, and hope that tonight when we have further discussion about making sure that we have a process and procedure in our city that allows us all to understand the rules, parliamentary procedure, et cetera, that you would offer any additional comments or thoughts there. I think that the spirit of this discussion is useful, and I also think that standardizing an approach going forward will help our city. So thank you for bringing this up, and I offer my sincerest apologies if I used the wrong rule last week.
No worries. So I think that's why this is an important discussion. So I think we're all on the same page when it comes to process and processes with running the meeting and, keeping everything cordial and respectful. So I definitely appreciate your apology.
Madam Mayor, I'll just add, if I may, that I'm sending out the work session policy so that as you guys continue to discuss potential changes to that, to fit how this board wants to operate, you guys will have that policy.
Thank you. And just to make sure that we have that on the record, we are going to add this item to the work session for, I believe that's, is that February the 9th work session? Okay. All right, so it's already been added. All right, well, thank you all for your comments, and I will move on to the next presentation on the agenda. City Manager. And set the scene. All right, thank you.
Right, thank you. Yes, Mayor, City Council, thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to bring this item back. I believe we had a presentation last meeting that we didn't get through totally and may have missed the mark a bit. So I directed our interim finance director to come forth and really zero in more on the numbers portion of the presentation and focus in on programming and events.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So we wanted to do a redo. This week, we're going to talk about the city, the miscellaneous events inside of the city manager's department. So what I did here was, looks like it's kind of loud. I broke it up by the departments that were allocated in the budget when we did the initial budget. So you're going to see a breakdown, the golden age, and it's going to go all the way down. Let me go. Anyways, I'm sorry about that. You're going to see in the first line item, there's a $20,000 credit. And so it's really hard to go through the transactions and determine where that credit is applied to. So I just put it at the top knowing that there's a $20,000 credit. The actual spent year-to-date is $649,187, which takes our variance to 68%. Currently, it should be 55%. If we keep spending on this track, it will go over budget easily. As you can see, the budget currently available is $294,312. I did do some calculations for the outstanding budgets that are have not yet been so there's, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on here. There's current events that have not taken place yet, and that total is $194,000. So we're right at that threshold, right? If we continue to spend over, we're not going to make it for those other events that have not yet taken place, like the Fall Festival. I'm hoping that it'll come up because it does have a list of those events. You can still see it right in here. The Jazz Festival is one of the ones that has not yet happened. We have Ward A that has some events that have not happened yet. And so even though we're at 68%, as long as we do not go over on any other budgets, that will be okay with the outstanding events that have not yet taken place. I did want to point out the overages. You have special events, miscellaneous council, they're at 90%. So there's no room there. There's about $4,000 left. You have the Halloween festival that went over. And so there's other events that did not go over, so that's the saving grace with regard to those. So you have the Silver Fox, it went over slightly, 101%. There's other areas that didn't. You have 4,000 spent there, so it's 50%. So there's a little bit of saving grace there because of that overage on other areas of events that were overspent. I can also send this out to everyone so that you can have it. There's a comprehensive explanation behind it. I had a couple of questions already given to me, so there's some tabs I can include additional information if you need it, like invoices. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Cartwright, for the presentation. A few things really piqued my interest here, one of which is the stage, the council stage. Can you tell me what that is? Like, we don't own a stage, to my knowledge, and it seems that we've spent almost $50,000, almost $49,000 on a stage, and I'll start there.
So what I'm going to do is go to the stage. So it looks like that stage was used, one was for a Wednesday wind down, and it looks like yes, for the stage was charged there for Wednesday wind down, and it looks like for August and for July.
So that's $25,000 per event to get to almost $50,000. So would that not then be charged against Wednesday wind down versus a stage? Because it seems like there are various line items for one event or several events, and so would we not characterize that or put that with the dollars for that particular event, or?
So how I understood it was the stage was there for several miscellaneous events. And so what I had to do over the weekend was I went through every event on this, all these transactions. There's over 3,000 transactions. And I had to determine whether I wanted to place it in Wednesday wind down and relatable to Wednesday wind down, or do I charge it to stage because it's one of the times we use stage. And so I made the decision to put it on stage, although you're right, it could have been directed to Wednesday wind down. That would have just, made it go over more, but there's that fine line of, which one you want to do.
Yeah, okay. There was also some dollars, if you go back to your list for Sister Cities, the $610, is that membership to Sister Cities International, or what is that for?
So it looks like in the description, the only thing they put in was Sister Cities International, so it sounds like a membership to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So and with that being said, I did look at invoices, and if there's no other information, I wouldn't have added any information, but if when you get it, you'll also be able to drill down on these different transactions. And I put my notes at the very end, it says finance, so anything that I found additional, you may find in that column.
Okay. I'll just wait till you give us the document and go through it, and if I have other questions, I'll just send them by email.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
This is very helpful.
Next, I have Councilman Freely, followed by Councilwoman Hemming, then Councilwoman Ziegler, and down to Councilman Mitchell. Councilman Freely.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thanks for the redo and for taking my concerns and constructive criticism and bringing it back to us. Appreciate it. Thank you also for moving that mistaken amount that was charged to my ward budget and taking that out. I would agree with Councilmember Atkins' point on the council stage. I mean, that clearly it's a rental for an event. It's not like we're not buying a stage that we're storing somewhere. So that money clearly is a Wednesday wind down expense. So I think in my estimation, it belongs there to give us a true picture of what we're spending. Also, you pointed out, that we're already trending to go over budget. Obviously, that's what we do. But I would point out that a number of these events that have been included in this budget for many years before it was moved to the city manager don't actually take place. They're just here, like the Jazz Festival and a couple other things. So, those are things that have not really taken place in a number of years. So, not terribly concerned about them not happening since we don't actually do them. And then just one final comment. Sorry, were you focusing in on something here?
Put it on the events that didn't take place yet so that we can kind of look at that since you brought that up.
Sure.
And so the yellow ones are the ones that haven't happened, and so that can give you kind of a visual of what is true and what isn't. So I wouldn't know what the true events are that are happening.
Right.
So.
I mean, in my 2 years on council, I don't think we've had either of these jazz festivals. We do have the South Fulton Municipal Meeting typically. Golden Age Resource Fair, I'm not sure what that is. But that's neither here nor there. And then on your previous tab, just a minor point, but at the very top, the header here is council budgets. This is in the city manager's budget.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So
It's in the city manager.
That is no longer council budgets.
Okay.
So I would just want to make that clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I direct a question at the city attorney? Yes. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, does our charter allow for the city manager to reallocate budget or allocations, I guess I'm looking to say, after the budget is approved, so long as they are intra-department transfers?
I will look at what the charter says, but I am aware of state law that provides that. So, for instance, if it's something within the police department and you move money within the police department, that's fine, but you can't transfer money from the police department to, say, the fire department or to community development. That would require coming back before this body. But let me look at the charter because I don't know exactly what our charter says about interdepartmental transfers and whether or not there's a limit.
I think I have the section, but if you find it before I do, that's great. Madam Mayor, may I direct a question at the city manager? Yes. Mr. City Manager, a lot of these events that are on this Excel file list my position. They say Ward A at large, and then it's a title of event. My question to you, and I guess it's going to depend on what the response is, but would it be in your best estimation that making some interdepartment transfers to allow for covering needs that exist within this fund code or needs that even exist within your city operation, in your city manager department, would there be a need for that in your best estimation?
I'm going to try and, it
Let
sounds
me
like there's a
restate
lot of
it.
unpacking. Okay.
Let me restate it. In your best estimation, in your department, are there needs that would be fulfilled should you be able to make intra-department transfers, more pressing needs than some of these items listed? That's the first question. Question two is, and I didn't really state this earlier, question two is some of these items are listed as Ward A at large, and then it's a name of an event. Please tell me how that happened and what that means for me currently in this position. Two-part question.
So the answer to the first part is yes. There would be things that would be very pertinent. I know there's been conversations, for example, about council orientations. There's been conversations about having strategic planning processes. These are certain things that wasn't contemplated at the initial time of the budget that is certainly pertinent now and what I would say would be needed. And if there's events that we certainly know are not going to happen within that same, line item, those things would make sense. The other part of your question is mostly on how we identified our general ledger lines. A lot of this I inherited, and not understanding the processes of actually seeing council work through a whole budget. We basically allowed the legacy of how things were identified in various line items. So things like Ward A were tools that were used in a line item to identify specific projects or programs or activities that were happening in Ward A under previous city councils. As pointed out earlier, when we looked at just the title, council budgets, that's not how we're doing it now. But with the intense time frame that we had to work with, a lot of the line items weren't kind of cleaned up, even though those groupings were put under the city manager's office, because if you remember, we only had like 2 hours to get that budget submitted. So we wanted to make sure that the numbers were as close as real as we could get them at that time, but some of the ledger titles and notes related to some of the line items, those weren't as clean as we would like to have had them. So as we go through this budget, one of the reasons why we're really trying to be sticklers on a timeline is because we want to clean up a lot of that's going to take a lot of work to get get a real nice clean budget. And so that's something that's part of our task, some of the internal aspect of the work that has to go in to get a budget approved and actually reflective of what is actually happening and planned to happen within the city.
So to paraphrase, there are expenditures within your department that could benefit from a reallocation of some of these funds. And then secondly, these items were inherited by legacy practices. Is that a fair summary of what you just said?
That is.
Thank you. And Madam City Attorney, are intra-department transfers allowed by the city manager with, and I should clarify, without prior authorization from council?
Section 5-106, subsection D, allows for there to be transfer of appropriations within a department, office, or agency, and it's only of the unencumbered appropriation balance. But you cannot transfer it from one department to another, so it tracks state law. I will add that when there are council-approved events, then there is not the authority to, or there's not authority for administration to not do the ones that the council have approved.
Mhm. So, Madam City Attorney, there are items that are listed as Ward A at large. They were approved prior to my joining of council. Would it be appropriate then to come before this body to ask for permission for the city manager to reallocate those funds away from this line item called Ward A at large dash some event, should he have needs that need to be met?
I think provided those events were approved by council, then I think then they would need to be quote-unquote unapproved by council, right? The council says, hey, we're not doing this anymore. Yeah, I think that's probably the best approach, is to unapprove those events, provided the events were approved. No different than if a council approves a contract and then they want to terminate said contract, it needs to go back to the board to get that authority to no longer do what you said, you as in the council, originally said you wanted to do.
Okay, thank you.
I think we had Councilwoman Ziegler next, and then Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you, Ms. Cartwright, for pulling this together. I really appreciate it. But my questions are going to be directed to the city manager. Mr. Jones, so looking at this spreadsheet, it looks like that we went over budget by kind of a lot in several areas. Can you shed some light in how we got there?
Well, the items that I see over budget particularly relate to the Silver Fox Ball, which, if I'm looking at that right, went over $275, and the Halloween activity, which went over budget $430.56. The Wednesday wind down went over budget by $92,207. In all of those cases, if that's all of them, in all of those cases, they were really directed in by city council members as coordinating members. So the if I remember the Silver Fox Ball, I was brought in on that. I think there was some cost related to the lateness of the location. There were some other locations that were considered. I think the Legacy Center was the primary location. They ran into some challenges with their permit that required some last-minute adjustment, which was a little over budget. And if you could roll it back up, because I don't remember the others. With regards to, I think it was Halloween. The Halloween event, I also think that was pretty late in planning. I don't know all the ins and outs of what that $430 represented, but I know that the planning was a little challenged because we weren't 100% sure we were even going to have that event until the month of October. So I suspect that there was probably some late management issues or project management issues that added to that. The Wednesday wind down, was that the next one? I think with the Wednesday wind down, I also think that planning the major acts in that event goes really late into the season, and I think we pick up premium prices on that. I think the logic on that one is that if it did go over budget, since there's 4 events typically a season, that we would cancel the future events. So we've done that practice before. One would recall the last time we did that was last June when the previous events had went over budget. The June event was canceled.
Okay. And so where's the $92,000 going to come from?
The 92,000 would have to come from whatever is left over in those GL accounts to make sure that the overall department doesn't go over. So if there are line items that go over, as long as all of the line items don't go over, they typically at year end are used to balance the budget.
Okay. And just for my own clarity, who was keeping tabs on how much money we were spending for these events while we were preparing for them?
While we're preparing before we spend the money?
Yeah, or, while we were spending the money, like, is there anybody who was keeping a tally or tabs on how much money we were spending and making sure that we were within budget?
Well, before the event occurs, we've asked that budgets be presented. I think we recall that. I believe the council supported having the budget submitted as well as the locations being submitted before an event actually starts. Not everybody have embraced that practice, but I know that's one of the approaches. The other thing is, particularly with something as expansive as Wednesday and Wind Down, those numbers don't come in until after the event in most cases. And they involve credit card spending as well, which could range anywhere from 30 days to longer, depending on when exactly in the statement period those charges are made. So there's a lot of honor system when it comes to how these events have been accounted for. And typically, particularly with the big ones like a Wednesday Wind Down, the future events are used to balance off any shortfalls.
Okay. And in regards to credit card spending for an event like Wednesday Wind Down, do we know how much money was put on a credit card? Because I know that, like, my credit limit's only like $5,000.
Yeah, this is kind of going to some of the concerns about the credit cards availability, because you have a balance that can start over the very next month because the payments were being made, and in many cases the reconciliation wasn't happening in a timely enough manner to hold off starting the next budget limit for the next month over. So you could wind up potentially having more ability to purchase than what was initially intended to be budgeted for that particular ward, per se.
Okay. And do we have any process, any procedures or anything like that we need to put in place now going forward to make sure that that we don't end up spending a year's worth of events midway through the year?
So there have been a couple of things that we've talked about. Certainly I would recommend not utilizing credit cards in the expansive way that we've been using them. We've talked about also utilizing a purchase card process where it will allow us to have a little bit more control on when to shut those cards down if they're being used before reconciliation can happen. I think there's been talk about utilizing credit cards only in the form of travel, and then requiring things like purchase policy with Amazon to order things that are needed for certain events as a city versus as individual card carrying members. So there's been things that we've talked about. It just really just takes council being willing to accept any of these recommendations moving forward.
Okay, so far I've heard changes to the credit card policy and things like that, but again, like, do we have anybody who is there, with a spreadsheet, calculator, or something like that, who knows what is being spent on these events and can tell either the person, if the person who is putting on the event isn't doing themselves, that they can be notified, hey, you're reaching your limit, or something like that. I really feel like that we need that, and I understand that we have, these credit card policies that we're trying to change in order to prevent some of these, but it feels like there's no one really watching the money leave, is what I'm saying.
Well, yes, there's so many different ways to purchase, right? And so I had to kind of unpack that. If it's regarding requisitions, those are approved before the money leaves. If it's credit cards, then we're kind of waiting to see, once the bill comes in, what needs to be paid. And so purchase cards gives us a little more of a real-time ability to reconcile those accounts, and reconciling essentially when those bills coming in, making sure that matches receipts, and then approving before we go on to giving another max credit card limitation, right? So previously, people were able to get their credit card limit $5,000 every month, as long as the bills were turned in. But the bills being turned in doesn't necessarily mean that there were receipts. No receipts doesn't allow for reconciliation. So limits were able to continue to be maintained, and purchase continued to be made without the city's ability to reconcile in a timely enough manner to be able to scale back use of the card. Purchasing cards would give us additional tools to be able to do that. So that form of payment with the use of a card creates unique challenges to keeping our ability to reconcile. Unlike, say, you put in a purchasing order, or we get a requisition, it has to be approved before a check is cut. And we do both of those, particularly for an event like Wednesday Wind Down. The credit card portions are where we run into a lot of challenges trying to keep up what's being spent, because we don't find out about it until a month, maybe even 2 months after the event.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Mitchell, and then back to Councilman Freely.
Okay, yes, thank you for your presentation. I know we're taking a while. This actually may be for my question evolved. Madam City Attorney, I see how it's presented. It's still itemized like it's for each council member, but since we voted to put all of these events under the city manager, would we necessarily have any say-so on how this money is allocated? And would that get into operations?
I think for those events that this body has approved, then you've already given your authority on what you want to see happen. And the name of them obviously could change, but for those, I guess really what should be on this list are only those events that council have approved, either by way of budget or by way of like resolution. Sometimes you'll have events that come up throughout the year that weren't in the budget, that council says, hey, I want to do this. Can I use the park or the city council chambers for something that has come up during the year? So for those, you've said this is what you want. And so the expectation is that it's up to the city manager to roll it out, to make the event happen with the budget that you guys have set for the event, which you would find likely in your budget or in that corresponding resolution of how much can be spent on whatever the event is. I think, if I recall correctly, when the decision was made to move events under the city manager, there was some conversation about collaboration with whoever the council member is. So your authority is only on the vote of what the event is and how much money can be spent, and then it's the city manager who puts
does
the events
everything
on
else.
based on, and he can, obviously, especially in some of these cases, for the ones that where there's a savings, he may have a way to put it on where there's a savings for the city in using the resources in a way that is the most efficient.
So basically, this is the money that's budgeted for these events. And like you said, it could be an estimate, it could be over, it could be under what's spent. I know it was mentioned earlier, I think this might be a question. I think at the very top of the presentation, you mentioned a 20K credit, $20,000 credit.
Tell him to turn his microphone back
Could you explain expound on that, or what do you mean, or how do we get a 20K credit, or?
Sure. Let me open it up so that we can see the transactions.
Okay.
Okay, so these are some of the credits that came in. It was real hard to pin down exactly what it might have been related to. Looking at it now, I can tell Atlanta Tent Rentals, they're used in several different events. And so when they do the credit back into the requisition or into the ERP system, they didn't define what it was related to, whether there was Wednesday Wind Down or any other event. So it was hard for me to pin it down to what event it went to, so I just created this refunds, if you will.
And also, I had some concerns about I know it came up earlier, Sister City initiative. It was my understanding, I may be wrong, we haven't been a part of Sister City in probably 17, 18 years now. I know a former council member put that in the budget, $40,000. I think I've heard that number thrown out before. Maybe it was possibly used for travel and other things under the guise of it being the Sister City initiative. So that would be one thing, I would look into a little closer, because that could definitely be some extra money there. And I have one more thing. Also, this may be for, I think this came up earlier, Madam City Attorney. If a council person decides, so that it kind of lines with the question I asked earlier. So I know the way it's presented is by each ward and a person's item. But say if a person who suggested an event no longer wants to have that event, I'm guessing that would still take a vote of council to, the council of the event, yes.
The question that Councilmember Hemming had asked was, the ones that are there that represent a council member that's no longer here, must they continue? And all I said was that if the council voted to have it, the council needs to vote to not have it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are you?
Okay, we're moving on to Councilwoman Hemming. And, I'm sorry.
No, there's other people in front of me.
I was in, my light went out.
Yeah, it's cool. I just went in, so, there were other people that were ahead of me, so.
You haven't had a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you.
So,
So I know we've talked about items that are, that we'd like to have removed, and I know for Ward C, I'm at large, there's this blankets and baskets and the basketball. And I know I sent an email in 2023, and I mean, it just keeps recurring, like you were saying, there are some events that do take place that have not happened. And I know I've asked, and they just kind of pop up. So I don't know if this would be the time to make a motion to have those two items, that basketball tournament and the blankets and basket, formally with this body to ask that it be removed or just put back into, I'm assuming, the general fund, and those total $37,500. But I mean, I've made the request before, I know, and even when I chaired the council meeting, but I mean, here it is still. So is it okay to make a motion?
Well, can I ask a question first, Madam Mayor?
Certainly. Oh.
So the question is, are these events in the budget?
They're in the budget and they were approved.
Then that would be a budget amendment, right?
Okay.
So then we would, which I think we do by ordinance.
No worries.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
But it'll be forthcoming.
City Attorney, may I? So in my experience and how I know it, you have your general fund, and all of your general fund is one, right? And so doing an interdepartmental transfer, you can move from general fund to general fund. Now, if we move it and we say we're going to move it to the electric, then we got to do the
right.
budget amendment. And so as long as we're doing it based on the city manager and council, from department to department, we can make that interdepartment transfer that you spoke of, Dr. Hemming. That's how I know it.
No, I think you're right, because you're not moving it, because they're under city manager. The money can just go back in the city manager's bucket, bucket of his money in his department. And so unless this council wanted to reduce that bucket or increase that bucket, then you're right, you can just, I do think though, to say, hey, we as a council say we're gonna have, I don't know, let me just pick one, right? We said we're gonna have a legislative roundtable. If they're saying, no, we no longer want to have a legislative roundtable, that could just be a motion, a second, that we're not having that, and that money the city manager then can put that money back into his bucket.
And I would just add, we're looking at a shortfall in one item of 92,000. So, I mean, we need to close that too before we start looking at other things right here in this same GL. There's shortfalls.
Okay, thank you. And I will move to Councilman Freely and then to Councilwoman Henley. He was after.
She hasn't spoken. I can wait.
He has spoken.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions because I heard from everyone here. What I wanted to know is, I would like to direct this question towards the city attorney. So it seems as though we have some people on council that have the desire to have some of these items removed out of the budget. Can you give us just a streamlined approach with what to do? Because I know for one of these events, the Ward D Gets Lit, I've worked collaboratively with the city manager. No money has been expended for that since maybe last September. Does an email go to him? Like, how can we streamline what needs to come out so that or does this need to go on an agenda? Like, what is the best way? I heard budget amendment for council member Cummings, but what is the best way? Does everyone send their hopes and desires and we do it that way? Do we do a budget amendment? And another question is, can that money be rerouted someplace else? But you said no.
Okay, so I think we got to start with the premise. And the premise has been that individual council members have done individual events, right? And so while they were city events, they were kind of owned by individuals. Right. And the individual planned them. And that was the goal of the vote. Make them truly city events and let one department plan, roll out, spend the money for the event. Okay. So when you say that, I don't want to quote you directly, but you said something about how do we get the event planned, right? Do we just send an email? How do we trigger city manager to start planning the event?
No, I know that part. What I'm saying is, it's a desire of
Push a
some
button.
council members to not want to. It is the desire of some council members to want to put the money in other budgets, to not have events associated with them. What I would like to know, because this is a presentation, can you give us just a step-by-step process so that we can move forward, so that I can send an email, or Councilmember Cummings, we no longer want this event, reroute the money someplace else? Like, what is that process? For the council member that I don't want this in the budget anymore, can we put it somewhere else? What do we need to do? I heard budget amendment. Like, what is it from start to finish so that we can get started on it?
So if you don't want an event that currently lives in the city manager's budget, then I suggest that the council make a motion, because the motion was made to have it. I think the council should make a motion that we no longer want to host X event. At that time, there needs to be a determination whether that money that goes along with that event goes back into the city manager's budget, which will not need a budget amendment because it's intradepartmental, or if that money is going somewhere else in the city, which would need a budget amendment.
All right, and so the follow-up question would be, perhaps we can put a pause in this and bring it back to the next work session when everyone has had time to digest what it is they want to do with their events. Because what you're saying is, we won't have to do a budget amendment if we just make the motion to go back into his
The
budget.
city manager budget.
The city manager's budget.
That's correct.
Oh.
No, so the money won't be associated with that event. It'll just go in his big bucket.
Yes.
So this is not an intra-department transfer, it's an inter-department transfer.
Yes, I'm done. Yeah. I have Councilman Creedy, Councilwoman Hemming, and then I have Councilman Atkins. And Councilman Caldwell.
She said yes.
Councilmember Caldwell hasn't spoken on this item yet, so, and then I think it would be me.
Yeah, I just had two questions, so thank you. Two questions. One would be, just wanted some clarity on planning the event. It sounds like because it's under the city manager's budget and he is executing, we're just given a broad topic of what we want for the event and everything is executed through you all, or is it still what we have some autonomy in planning this event?
I'm going to go back to the discussion of when this was passed, and the intent was that the city manager's office would work with the city council members who were involved in those events, that it would be a partnership, if will, to execute the events.
Got it. The other question is, if or when any of the events we decide not to do, would we have say-so in where that money goes? If it goes into a different event, a new event, do we have any say-so in that?
No, it's the quick answer, but obviously conversation would happen, and if there were some interest, then the city manager would certainly bring forward those interests to the entire body if it was something that needed to be operated on within this fiscal year. If it was something that could be into future fiscal years, then that would be part of the normal budget prioritization conversations that the council would have.
Okay.
Can we move on to Councilman Freely and then Councilwoman Hemming, and then back to Councilman Atkins?
Thank you. Question for the city attorney. I'm curious about your interpretation that because these had been individual council budget events that were moved to the city manager, they are still council events and therefore cannot be canceled. So if the city manager in Public Works, there's an open position for a street paver, and he chooses not to fill that position, he can choose to eliminate that position, correct? And do something else with that money?
No.
Then what is an interdepartmental transfer for?
So two things. I don't think they can't be canceled. I just think that the cancellation of them would require you guys' vote because your vote created them. If it weren't created by council and it doesn't happen, then I don't think it goes back to you guys. I gave the example of like a contract. Because contracts require your vote and you vote to enter into one, you have to vote to get out of one, right? Like a
But
individual.
these aren't contracts.
I realize that. I'm just making a comparison. So I think they can be canceled. I just think that for the ones you voted to create, the ones you
We
voted.
didn't vote to create these. We voted, this was just a block of money. We did not vote last year to create these events. We moved all of this money by vote to the city manager. So we did not vote to create these events.
Well, then that's my misunderstanding. I thought these events, and I think I asked that question, were voted on by the city council.
They were part of the budget.
Okay.
And therefore voted on.
So I do think there are some events that council have voted on. I think there are some. I don't know which ones, but if they are, and I think I said that to Councilmember Hemming when she first asked, if there are events that the council have voted on, I think the council has to vote to unapprove them. They say, we don't want to do this anymore. And those are for only the ones that the council have said that they want to have.
So the city clerk could go back, check and see which events we took specific votes on, and those cannot be touched. If she does not find specific votes on these events, that does not apply?
When you say touch, do you mean touch by the,
So that the city manager could choose to cancel them, because your position is that he is not allowed to,
not without you guys' approval?
even if we didn't take an individual vote on that event.
The events that the council said we want to have as a council, right? Those are the ones that I think you need the vote on to say we don't want to have. If there are events that are going on that the council didn't approve, they shouldn't be going on.
No, I'm talking about this chunk of money that is on this screen right now. We did not take individual votes on each of these events. We simply inherited most of this in a budget, and we moved last year to move it to the city manager. We did not individually say, Mr. City Manager, we want you to do the Silver Fox Ball.
Well, let me ask this question. When you vote on the budget, is that not a yes vote to what's in the budget?
Correct. So you're saying that once we vote on a budget, the city manager cannot make changes, essentially.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Then how?
So
he would
then
need
how does an
authority to make it.
interdepartmental transfer differ?
So you gave the example of a street, something in paper.
You can come up with another example if that's not.
No, that's a good one. He cannot eliminate a position without you guys' vote. He cannot fill it, but he can't eliminate it.
Okay, so it sounds like it's a language game. So if he doesn't choose to put on this event, just like he doesn't choose to fill the street paver position, that is within his authority? Or is an event different than a street paver?
So I think that if there is an event in the budget that he does not put on, that's going to be you guys' conversation, if you will, with the city manager of, we voted to have this event, why didn't you put it on? I think y'all would have to address that with him, especially given what was just explained, that these events were supposed to be in collaboration with the individual that wanted it. That would have to be a conversation with the city manager as to, hey, we were expecting to have a Juneteenth celebration. You didn't put it on, then you've got a conversation that you need to have with the city manager, because the expectation by you approving the budget is that we're going to have this. Just like the
street paper.
Right, just like the expectation is that we have here's another good one you guys have talked about. Trash pickup, right? The expectation is, or code enforcement, the expectation is that we're going to have code enforcement coverage in all the wards. And if there has not been a action by the city manager, sorry to put you on the spot, to address code enforcement in each of the wards, then that's a conversation you guys have to have with him to say, what's going on with this? We said we wanted this, where is it? But if you don't want it, then you say, we don't want it.
Okay, I'll leave that alone. So we have at least one event that is $92,000 over budget, correct? So in theory, we could get to a point where there is no money left here, but there are events. So under your theory, he has to come up with money somehow to do those events because we approved them.
My theory, I would say we don't want this event. It's too expensive.
Okay.
Like, I'm not sure if that's
But you
an
said
issue.
they have to be put on because we approved it.
No, I said that, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have a path forward to not have them. But then, so if you say that the city manager can just choose to not do something, where does that stop? Like, how far does that go?
Madam Mayor.
I yield.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm
Okay. We can move that to Councilwoman Hemming, and then to Councilman Atkins, and then to Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make one clarifying question to the city attorney. Is that appropriate? Okay, Madam City Attorney, I am just trying to understand the scope of this idea of an intra-department transfer. So the reason why I'm confused, I can't speak for Councilmember Friedley, but Ms. Cartwright made the statement that it is customary that a city manager would have authority to move money within a department. I understand that this money exists in his department.
That's correct.
And so what I'm failing to understand then is if it's in his discretion, because he is the hired CEO of this governmental enterprise, if it is in his discretion, for example, to accommodate for a budget shortfall, to move money within his department, I'm not understanding where the logic then comes that he would need to come back to us for a vote, because I understand your read of that section of the ordinance to say that that is his authority. And so I'm confused why he would not be able to do an intra-department transfer. So for example, I want to make my position very clear. There are several items that are listed as Ward A at large, like for example, the MLK event we did yesterday. That initiative, the city manager's office collaborated, it was great. We have about $6,400 left there. I thought I heard you read the rule that suggested he could make those moves, because in my best estimation, I want him to be a good fiscal steward. And so if he has $6,400 left over in this line item, does he not have the authority to say he's short in line 28 of 92,000, so he'll move the 6,400 there? Does he have that authority?
Yes, so if we can pull up section 5, dash 103D, it's unencumbered. Yeah, it's the unencumbered. Right now, it's encumbered. It's encumbered on these events you said you want by voting on the budget. Does that make sense?
Could you say the number, could you say that again? Say
Okay.
section 5?
So 5 is in the chart. 5-103. D. He has the authority to move any money that's unencumbered. Right now, based on the chart that's covering up, the money is encumbered. That's why you can't move it. It's encumbered, it's spoken for. So that's what I was saying to you guys earlier in response to Councilmember Freely, that you've got to say we don't want it so it can no longer be encumbered. Then he moves it wherever he wants,
And
in his budget.
So the reason why it is encumbered is because when the budget passed, it specified very specifically Ward A at large, MLK, 15,000.
You got it.
Okay, so encumbrance is the question here.
That's what 5 here we go. 103D says. He can transfer part or all of the unencumbered appropriation. When you appropriated it when you passed the budget. Now you got to unappropriate it so it won't be encumbered, so then he can have that authority that you just spoke of.
Okay, let me just make it plain, because sometimes I need to make things plain for my own edification. So, when we pass a budget, we could generally say, Mr. City Manager, you have a bucket called events, and we're putting $100,000 in events. That bucket of money is encumbered specifically for events. If we put the money in, I don't know, what do you call it? I don't know how else you would not encumber the funds to give him this discretion and give him this authority. So I don't understand it either. That's what I'm saying. So when we pass the ordinance, it is encumbered automatically. I understand encumbrance is, I understood the budget ordinance being an allocation, not an encumbrance. So can you define for me what an encumbrance is? Because I really am stuck.
But encumbrance is this is the amount that we're saying goes to this.
Yes.
Let's go back to street
That's
paper.
not an allocation.
Let's go back to street paper.
Okay.
Say he doesn't fund the street paper, he doesn't hire someone in the street paper department.
Correct.
That means the salary of that position is not encumbered. Nobody's in it. Nobody's using it. It's
Unencumbered.
money. It's unencumbered, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he uses that maybe to, this is a tough one, by me.
I'm trying.
To increase the salary of another position in that department,
Mm-hmm.
right? Provided it stays in the class and the grade or whatever. That's okay. He can do that without coming and asking y'all that. Does that make sense? Because the salary of that street paper is not encumbered. It's not being used. It's money within that public works department that he can move maybe, instead of getting a street paper, he might buy a machine.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't use a person, let's use the money for something else.
So can I ask a clarifying question? Looking at the MLK budget from just yesterday, right? That item is listed as Ward A at large MLK, right? There seems to be $6,400. Does that mean that those $6,400 are not encumbered?
Yes, because the event is over.
The event has happened, so that means that that's unencumbered.
Move it to wherever he wants in his budget.
I see, thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Let's see, we have next Councilman Atkins.
Yes. I know that there's some discussion, I think, that Councilmember Cummings started about some events that sort of became legacy and rolled over even after she had asked that they be removed, and I think Councilmember Hemming had some events as well. I'd just like to offer, if you look at this, you'll see some very specific line items designated for Ward A, Ward C, and Ward D. There are no line items for Ward B. I have my thoughts and feelings around that. I think that when we are to do those things, we have a council budget individual for those things. I would like to just offer to my colleagues that if we would like to be thoughtful about what to do with these events that Councilmember Cummings spoke of, and I think Councilmember Hemming had a question, if we would, because I think if we try to do anything tonight, we're going to pick this apart and be here all night. Hold this until we have our retreat or our training so that we can be thoughtful about how to use those dollars. And if any of those, then we make a decision by consensus to allow the city manager to apply them to other areas where we see that there's a need. So that would just be my suggestion to my colleagues if they are amenable to that.
Okay, so you have Dr. Martin Rogers, and then...
I think it was Tremaine, Ms. Mitchell.
Okay, I'm about to open a whole new can of worms, but I might reserve my questions. I'll yield.
All right, and I just wanted to make a clarifying point that when we move these events up under the city manager's office, and Madam City Clerk can provide that information, but yes, he is to work with the council member, but there was also a 30-day, you requested that whatever council was doing, whatever their initiatives were, that 30-day advance notice be provided to your office with just a brief description of what was happening if council staff was involved. I believe that was the recommendation as far as working with an individual's initiatives. To your point, Councilmember Caldwell, but I will get with the city clerk to see what those minutes read and what was stated, but I do remember, like, if you were having an initiative or an event, that 30-day advance notice was to be provided to this office. Thank you. And then I'd just like to request, Ms. Cartwright, our city events. Can we have a running list of what is sponsored by the city? I think I asked about that last week, the July 4th, Drag Down South. I'd like to see a printout of those events like this one here, please.
Okay, in totality, as an organization in a whole? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Caldwell, did you have a, saw your light on? Okay, all right.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, am I moving this item to February?
Is it in the will of council that we want to move to the work session or the next council?
Well, I thought that we would move it to the retreat or something where we have an opportunity to really dive into it. If the council would like to move it to the work session, I mean, we can move it to a work session as well.
Okay.
I think
Work session.
as soon as possible, yeah. I'm not sure, when is our retreat? Or have we set
It
that?
has not been scheduled yet,
Retreat.
but we do
I
need to
think that
have.
there's some retreat nods.
Yes.
And there's some work session.
So we will work
So,
to possibly
I don't
put
know.
this on the agenda for the retreat, which is TBD.
So retreat hasn't been scheduled, but there
Yeah.
is a goal setting scheduled. So I think this could fall under goal setting very easily. We're trying to finalize our consultant this week. They'll be reaching out with a survey. And so I think this falls squarely under that prioritization. But not to say that we still do need to have a retreat, a strategic planning process. Goal setting is really just 12-month outlook, not the big picture stuff, which I think we also need to have.
I don't have your schedule. You provided the budget schedule, Mr. City Manager. What was the date? I heard you say that you haven't confirmed a consultant, but was there a specific date already in mind for that?
Yes, let me see where I stuck it. Okay. So goal setting consultant, And so this is you'll be reached out somewhere between February 4th and the 16th for your interviews. And then the goal setting will be set for February 21st, and that's a Saturday. Location hasn't been determined yet.
I had a question. So I'm assuming this is the mid-year review? When is the next review due, or is it quarterly, annually, or?
You can request another time if you wanted to work within the current fiscal year. You could request another update. That's at the council's purview.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And what I'd like to say is, I know I talk a lot about bringing things before council. I've heard a retreat, I've heard goal setting, but I think that if we are moving as a body, things need to be brought before the full body for discussion and collaboration. I'm hearing February 21st. I have standing meetings every third Saturday of the month that I must attend. So as we are moving forward as one and working together collaboratively, no one council person can make a decision for the body. I would just like to have open transparency and conversations as we're setting these meetings up. I had no idea about the 21st. And if we could possibly put a council retreat discussion maybe on our next meeting, we can collaborate on what would be a good time to have a retreat. But this is the first time that I'm hearing about the 21st, and I would just like some consideration so that we could discuss it openly. I don't know, have you heard, is anyone else? Yeah, so I would just like that item maybe moved to our next work session agenda. I'm not really sure, Mr. City Manager, but this is my first time hearing about a possible retreat on the 21st.
So to be clear, a retreat is different than a goal setting.
That's not a retreat.
So the goal setting is part of our budget process. And while I agree there's a lot of things on the budget process schedule, I did clarify that as an item that we really wanted to focus in on as a part of our budget process. So this is just going to, I think, if you recall, last year, I kind of came in, I didn't really know what the priorities of council really was. There hadn't been a strategic planning process. I think the one that we wound up using was back in 2021. So this goal setting really locks in what our goals will be for just a 12-month window, unlike a strategic plan, which is much bigger, 5 to 10-year perspective. And whereas a retreat is more of operations, how do you want things to be processed as a body? That's, all those are different. They can overlap, but they are different things. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
I understand, but as part of the goal setting, shouldn't mayor and council be a part of the conversation, or is that something that has already been decided? All I'm asking for is just consideration as an elected official to be a part of the conversation on the 21st. I mean, it sounds like this meeting has already been set. I had no knowledge of it, but I would like to be a part of the goal setting broader conversation. I think that's only fair as an elected official.
Does that goal setting initiative come before council in a work session, or is that a separate meeting that we?
I don't
I thought that it came before us already. Mr. City Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but was that a part of the robust budget schedule that you gave? So it came before us. Because the decision was made that it was operations. We had a long discussion about it, and then there was discussion about, is this something that we need to vote on or not vote on? And the decision was made that it is within his operational powers to be able to set a budget schedule. It was within his operational powers to set a budget schedule, and that was a date. I don't recall the date until he just mentioned it. So I know Councilmember Martin Rogers said that one council member setting date. I don't know who that council member would be, but he said goal setting, it triggered me to think that it was a part of his robust schedule, which it is, and we had a lot of discussion about it, and the decision was made that we didn't have to approve his operational authority to set a schedule for the budget.
Correct, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, shouldn't mayor and council be a part of his goal setting and what he's setting out to do with the budget?
I don't
Seems-
disagree with that.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that,
Yeah, that's
but-
where I'm getting to. The 21st, I mean,
I see there's an appetite for some type of alignment here, so is there a way that we can table this discussion for now and maybe go back through the notes to kind of provide some dates to council that we feel will be appropriate for goal setting and possibly the council retreat?
I would say you had to keep those two things separate.
Yes, definitely separate,
Yeah,
but
goal
definitely
setting
two
is
separate.
locked in. I can't really play around with that date. We already talked about the significance of kind of getting a late start due to elections and all that. We really have to stay on point. I think the feedback from the consultant is going to be reaching out the week before the actual meeting. So I think that participation is still going to be there, even if the Saturday event, you can't make it or not. I think that your feedback is still will be calculated in the overall priorities of how we move forward with the budget process. The other retreat, I think everybody should be on part of that, because that requires a buy-in from each council member on how it is to interact with each other and move forward. The budget process is much more of a bigger mechanical piece that you'll have multiple touches on it throughout the process, leading from now to June 1st.
Okay, so we're going to move forward right now with the goal setting agenda or event on the 21st. Is that what it's on? Okay, and then we will have someone reach out with some possible dates for the actual council retreat.
Yes.
Okay, and, okay, so we can move forward. Are there any more questions on that before we move forward?
I just want to say, I just think this should be like any other item, and we put it on a regular work session. So I think some information was requested. I think we're just making this way more difficult. I mean, we can still talk about it at the retreat. You know what I mean? That's not going to stop that. However, I think some information was requested. So I think the more time we have to spend with this, the more time we have to ask questions, and we can make better use of the time at the retreat instead of seeing it for the first time or whatnot. So that would be my suggestion. We just go ahead and act like this is any other item. Okay.
So your recommendation is to present the work session, the retreat on the next work session, and in parallel to that, can we still go ahead and propose a few dates, and knowing that the agenda has not actually been set, but those days will be days that will be comfortable for all of council?
I was just going to say that if there's a potential for a majority of you to be at the 21st, that it needs to just be advertised as a special call meeting.
they're not going to be there. I'm in.
Sorry, Martin. Councilwoman Rogers.
I think that some council members will be training on the 21st. I'm not really sure. So just leave it up to council.
Okay. And one more, okay, I'm sorry, if there's any more questions on this topic, is there a possibility that we could move to have a calendar or a schedule of some sorts so that we can track dates? I know that there is training and a lot of moving parts, but if there's a global calendar for us to reference, so we'll kind of know what's going on as well, that would probably be helpful. So, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, the HR committee has previously approved the evaluation tools for our 4 direct reports, that being the city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk, and the municipal court chief judge. All of council have had an opportunity to review those tools. I would like to move that we adopt those evaluation tools.
It has been moved and second. Do all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items, what is that?
So
4
moved.
through 14?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, discussion. The only discussion is there's an MOU attached.
Consent.
Well, I just wanted everyone, for the record, to know that the MOU is attached to number 9.
Okay, so we are moving on to the, let's see, agenda items. For each agenda item, I'll go through and ask for a motion. So agenda item 15, council election of mayor pro tem for 2026. May I have a motion to open the floor for discussion?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Let's see. Okay, any discussion will follow? Okay, discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, are in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Discussion?
Madam Mayor. I make a motion to nominate Councilmember Sean Atkins to be Mayor Pro Tem for 2026.
Second.
Okay. The motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, I'm sorry. Oh, any discussion? Sorry, go ahead. Any discussion? Councilwoman Ziegler?
Oh, nope.
You had your, okay. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have. All right, now we're moving on to election of provisional mayor pro tem for 2026. Is there any discussion? Is there a motion for discussion?
Madam Mayor, I move that we open the floor for discussion for the election of provisional mayor pro tem for 2026.
Oh, okay. Let's see, the motion has been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, any discussion? Yes.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to elect Councilwoman Star Cummings as provisional mayor for the calendar year 2026.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and properly second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. May I have a motion to open the floor for discussion for council appointment of 2026 Budget and Finance Committee?
Second, or so moved.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Any discussion? Oh, that.
Madam Mayor, sorry, I did have a discussion point. I'm curious about the language of this item. I understand the mayor appoints both committees, so council appointment is not accurate, is it? That's not the action that we're taking?
So if we go to section 2-2003, Budget and Finance Committee, the mayor shall appoint annually 3 council members to Budget and Finance Committee. The mayor shall also appoint annually to the committee 1 citizen who has experience in financial matters, including budgeting, auditing, and forecasting. And then the appointment shall be subject to confirmation by this body, but the appointment, as Councilmember Friedley has acknowledged, is yours.
So for the Budget and Finance Committee for council, I would like to appoint Councilman Mitchell, Councilwoman Codwell, and Councilwoman Hemming. For the citizens appointment, I would like to appoint Resident Alicia Wilson.
Madam Mayor, I second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and second, so we can move to this discussion?
So can we get someone to make the first and then the second?
I thought by saying it was the first.
Right, but the mayor usually doesn't make motions.
Right.
You've appointed them, and so someone needs to
make the motion.
So move and.
So
then
moved.
appoint. Second, I mean.
And second, okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. So for the Human Resources Committee, I'm opening the floor for discussion. Thank you. And I would like to not make a motion, but asking for a motion.
Just for the council to confirm your three
Okay.
council members.
All right.
Madam Attorney, before we do that, we had a motion and a second. Do we need to dispose of the motion that's on the floor?
There was a
before we go
motion
into
and a second to open the floor for discussion, right?
Mhm.
So yes, if you can get the ayes on that, and then you can name your folks.
Okay, so all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, so my appointees for the Human Resources Committee, Councilwoman Martin Rogers, Councilwoman Starr, and Councilman Atkins. May I have a? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. And then moving on to, I'd like to open up the floor for a motion for council boards and commission appointments.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. All those in favor? All those opposed? We have a discussion?
I do. Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but I understood that you also were making appointments for the Blighted Property Task Force and that you had asked the city clerk to add that to today's agenda.
I should have mentioned that back in the
So, Madam Attorney, do we make a motion to amend the agenda? Okay. Madam Mayor, I move that we amend the agenda to add the council appointment to the Blighted Housing Task
Blighted
Force.
Property Task Force.
Blighted Properties Task Force.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is it a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. So, discussion by appointees for that Blighted Property Task Force.
Make another
Mayor?
motion.
Make a motion.
The motion to amend the agenda to add the Blighted Property Task Force came during the discussion on the motion to open the floor for discussion.
Okay.
So if you can dispose of the motion to open the floor for discussion just by getting the yeas,
Okay.
then you can go back to the addition of the Blighted Task Force.
All right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. And now I have to go back to a motion to open up. May I have another, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I move that we amend the agenda to add the council appointment.
You did that already.
You did that.
We got a
Okay.
motion and a second and an aye on that.
Okay, I thought you were saying it was inside of the discussion of a different motion. Okay.
But she
good.
took the vote on that motion
Okay.
already.
All right.
Okay. So I have to make the motion now to share my appointees for the Blighted Task Force? Okay.
Thank you.
It's been moved and second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so for the discussion, for the Blighted Property Task Force, I am appointing Councilwoman Ziegler, Councilman Freely, and Councilwoman Martin Rogers. I do not have the citizen appointments as of yet, so we are working on those. All right, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
So her motion was to open the floor for discussion on hearing from the mayor on her appointments. And so now let's get someone to move to confirm your appointments.
I move, Madam Mayor, to confirm the appointments of Councilmember Ziegler, Friedley, and Martin Rogers to the Blighted Property Task Force.
Second.
Okay, okay, all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Great, so we can move on from that one. All right, I'm moving as fast as I can, guys. Okay, so the next appointment is for council boards and commission appointments. May I have a motion to open the floor to boards and commission appointments?
So moved.
All right, second, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Discussion. Dr. LaTanya Martin Rogers?
Madam Mayor, at this time, I would like to make an appointment to the Public Art Commission. And I would like to appoint Camille Williams, who is a multidisciplinary artist and has been creating art for 2 decades. Her work spans poetry, music, visual arts, performance, and activism. I need a second.
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Right, Council.
Madam Mayor, I move that we appoint Mr. Marcel Henry to the East Point Business and Industrial Development Authority. VITA's mission is to develop and promote trade, commerce, industry, and employment opportunities in our city, and Mr. Marcel Henry's background aligns perfectly with that vision. He is the Chief Financial Officer at Southface Institute, where he leads finance, operations, and strategic planning for one of the Southeast leading sustainability organizations. He has managed multi-million-dollar programs that drive economic growth, energy efficiency, and workforce development, directly impacting businesses and communities across Georgia. His experience includes partnerships with the U.S. Department of Energy and major universities, delivering cost savings and advancing industrial innovation. With over 25 years of executive leadership in global finance and operations, Mr. Henry brings expertise in strategic planning, compliance, and sustainable development, skills that will strengthen VITA's ability to attract investment and create jobs in East Point. For these reasons, I move that we confirm Mr. Marcel Henry's appointment to the VITA board.
And for those reasons, I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
Let's have one more.
Sure.
Madam Mayor, I move that we appoint Ms. Alma Dimery to the Planning and Zoning Commission. This commission advises on land use development and community planning, and Ms. Dimery's experience makes her an outstanding choice. Ms. Dimery brings 40 years of hands-on expertise as a real estate professional, licensed broker, and entrepreneur. She has a deep understanding of housing access, neighborhood development, and land use, skills essential for guiding growth, thoughtful growth in East Point. Her service on the Fulton County Board of Equalization and her current roles as a real estate agent demonstrate her commitment to fairness and practical insights. Beyond her professional achievements, she's a dedicated community leader. She's actively involved in youth programs, our local school, and civic organizations. And for these reasons, I move that we confirm Ms. Alma Dimery's appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
And for those reasons, I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Okay. Councilman Atkins? Councilwoman Cummings?
I just have a question. For those appointees that we had in our previous term, do they need to be reappointed or will they still stand?
It's funny, may I, Madam Mayor, respond?
Yes.
So it's funny you asked that. I just leaned over to the city manager to ask about the Blighted Task Force. So it's going to depend on the creation, the resolution of the ordinance that created these folks on that, right? So some of them, their terms, like for instance, BIDA is considered our development authority. So those terms are dictated by state law, right? And so the person who sat in the seat may not have completed their term, and so it may not follow council. Planning and zoning, it follows council. So it really just depends on which board you need. I would be able to tell you the authority on how those terms and how those appointees run. Does that make sense? So it's not the same for every board. In fact, you have a Rule 32 in your council rules that talks about that, you have a Rule 32 in your council rules that talks about appointees to different boards, commissions, task force, authorities are governed by the rules that created them, except those that are exempted by state law. So my answer is, it depends on which board we're speaking about.
Okay.
So, and some of these boards, they're clearly, or some of these committees are clearly within our code. Some of them may have been created by resolution. So it is my hope and assumption that you guys have been provided where those vacancies exist, and that the term of the people you're appointing or that occupied is up, which is triggering your need for an appointment.
Councilman Atkins?
Yes, and to that point, if we would recall at our very first meeting of the year here in January, I also made a motion to have the city clerk to provide us with a document that has all of that information. And just for the information for the council, there were several things. I've sent her an email that I wanted to have included in that document for those very reasons. Some of the appointments are individual, some of them are joint appointments, some of them are state boards, authorities, and commissions, some of them are city established. And so I did ask for the name of all boards, authorities, and commissions that require appointments, a brief caption from the legislation, 2 to 3 sentences to describe the mission of that particular body, the current appointees and who appointed them, if appointment is individual or joint, and if it's a joint appointment, to list the members of that joint appointment, because that also varies depending upon the body. The start date of the appointment, the end date of the appointment, and the legislation establishing the board, authority, and commission with a link to that legislation and any vacancies. So those are the things in the detailed report that I've asked of the clerk, and she's working on those things.
And I know it's customary for these appointments to occur. It just would make sense to get that, and I can certainly help her with that, especially for the ones that exist in state law, like the Downtown Development Authority or the BIDA, which is your development authority, so that we're making sure the appointments are consistent with the documents that created these boards.
Yeah, because to your point, Madam Attorney, some are concurrent with our terms, because I even believe that because I served 1 year, that 1 year term is over and I have to reappoint should I decide to those members that I appointed before, because that runs concurrently. And also the other piece to that is, I think you may have mentioned it, the legislation may say to serve a term of 2 years or 4 years, and it could overlap any of us sitting here. So that's why I also thought it was important to have a link to the legislation so that we'd be clear. It was brought to my attention, someone came to me and asked me an appointment to the ethics board, and I was like, I don't think I have that vacancy. And they said, oh, you do? It runs concurrently. And so I should have gotten that if that is the case, but I don't know what the legislation says because I didn't look at the legislation to that. But that's why I think it's important to have that as a part of the document so that we will always know and could always refer to it.
I totally agree. The mayor's committees, those are easy.
Yeah.
Right? But it's all of the other boards and divisions that exist that are not just an appointment by the mayor require exactly what you said. And to the extent, if Madam City Clerk wants my help, I can certainly be of assistance to ensure that you have that chart for each of your boards to show who appointed, the term, what's the end of the term, and all of that stuff you meant.
Thank you.
Hey, Councilmember Atkins, just as a FYI, it's in your inbox. Okay.
I'll take a look. Thank you.
Moving to, I have Councilwoman Caldwell, then Councilwoman Hemmings, and then Councilwoman Mitchell, in that order. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to appoint Shantwana Hicks. She is a long-term East Point resident with over 20 years in public accounting, and I would like to appoint her to the Municipal Utility Advisory Commission.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
Thank you. I have one more. I would also, this is a joint appointment. I would like to appoint Dr. William Bryant. He's another longstanding resident of the East Point community, current president of the Meadowlark community. He did? Okay. Well, let me pause on that. I yield.
Yes, I just wanted to note for the record that I did receive a chart on January 13th that gave me a list of the appointees that I had and stated that the two that I made this evening did conclude on December 2025. And then I also did get a follow-up email on January 15th from Madam City Clerk that provided some of this context, but I wanted to offer and agree that it would be helpful to review them in context with the state law and make this a single comprehensive document, because as it stands, I have to have two different things open to understand these appointments. But I did want to note for the record that some of this has been provided by the city clerk's office.
If I can speak real quick, I can just do the same document that I did for Councilmember Atkins, because I sent you all the same thing initially. He asked for other things on it, so I can just send y'all all out the same thing. Yep.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's all together.
Yeah, I just want to respond earlier. So I did get, and just for reference, I did get a list of my appointees and the vacancies, but I just wanted to hop in early about the BIDA board. So it looked like my appointee would be up in December 2027, just for reference. I know we was having a long discussion about that one, but yeah, so I guess I'm guessing it's every 4 years.
Councilman Atkins.
Yes, and Madam Clerk, I did just open the document that you sent me earlier today. It is very specific to me, and that wasn't the motion of this body. The motion of the body was everybody's appointments, and the reason that that's important is because of what just happened. So if you just send me my vacancies and who I appointed, then I don't know who Councilmember Caldwell appointed, and then I'm out looking for that person and may consider that person for an appointment, but they've already been appointed to something. And I believe that once an individual is appointed to a board, authority, or commission, they cannot serve on another board, authority, or commission. So it needs to be very comprehensive and not just germane to me. So I appreciate this, but I just think it needs to include everyone, and we all have the same document, and that's our one source of truth, and so then we'll know who's appointed to what. All right. Thank you.
So moving on to the discussion and acceptance of the capital improvement budget. Is there a motion on the floor for discussion? To open discussion? All right, second. All those in favor? All those opposed? And city manager?
Sorry, can I go in on
Thank you.
discussion? I'm sorry.
You have a discussion?
Yes.
So we do have to run that back to this, so. She has a discussion after the
discussion will
motion.
open in the floor for discussion, because I don't understand the title.
So we've already did the ayes, and so.
So since we're in discussion
Okay.
of those items,
Okay.
you can discuss that, but it doesn't reopen the vote since she already got the ayes.
Understood. Okay. So, Madam Mayor, may I direct a question to the city manager?
Yes.
So, Mr. City Manager, I'm a new council person, help me understand. Is the intention today that we are voting in total on the capital improvement budget?
No.
Okay.
So I was real purposeful in using the word acceptance as opposed to approval. Acceptance just means you have officially taken it, and it's actually in our order, in our charter, that I have to present it to you, so you're accepting it, and that's pretty much what that's locking in. As I also had shared earlier at our last meeting, is that this process is a living process. So I didn't get, I think one person had a capital improvement item that we will add. There's opportunity to add CIP items up into my recommended budget, which will be April 20th. At that time, there's still a little room before the final approval of June 1st, but obviously April 20th, if you want to have it into me, we can evaluate it and understand how to prioritize it in our recommended budget. So there's still room in the process, even though you're accepting it tonight, to still have feedback on capital improvement projects.
So to restate, this is a procedural step that says that you have done the work to pull together your recommendations for the capital improvement budget. Our acceptance of this item does not mean that this is the final capital improvement budget. It acknowledges that you are presenting it to us in a public forum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I will add, if I may, see section 5-104. It explains that on or before the date that is 3 months prior to the final date for submission of the budget, the city manager shall submit to the city council a proposed capital improvement plan with a recommended capital budget containing the means of financing the improvements. The city council shall have the power to accept, which he explained, he used that word purposely, with or without amendments, or reject.
In discussion. Right.
All right, do we have a, all those in favor?
We need a motion and a
Motion.
second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And we're still in are we still in discussion?
We are,
To an item. Okay. And one of the things that you said, Madam Attorney, is to accept without, I guess, any edits. It was the, sure, please. Is it C?
is it, which section is it, A, B?
A.
Okay. Okay, so do we just normally read that out loud, or just, yeah, how do we?
I was just recommending it go on the screen so that everybody can see now what a potential motion can be on the item.
Okay. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we accept the city manager's proposed capital improvement budget without amendments at this time.
Do I have a second?
Friendly amendment.
Sure.
1 second.
No, can't do that right now.
Aren't we still in discussion on the
No.
first
No,
motion?
because I made a motion.
Okay.
So we can go back to discussion after we get the
Second.
potentially to this friendly amendment that we allowed.
Okay.
And,
So we still in discussion.
well, do I have the floor, Madam Mayor? Okay, and I'm going to stumble through this, so I appreciate some guidance. My amendment is that we accept the budget with it denoted that the city manager has made it possible for this accepted budget to be revised over the course of his budget calendar that he proposed. I guess my concern is I don't want to accept this as is without the opportunity to revise.
Right, but I think that our acceptance is not final. This is just, we're accepting as he has presented it to us.
But
we have the ability to revise and add and all of those things up until we vote for the budget. Is that correct?
So I want you to read 5-14, A and B, to ensure that it's understood what the proposal or the vote on the proposal means. The third sentence? City council should have the power to accept. Next. The city council shall not authorize an expenditure for the construction of any building, structure, work, or improvement unless appropriations for such project are included in the capital budget, except to meet a public emergency. Here's my issue, which seems to be reoccurring in some of the text. It doesn't qualify which capital budget, the proposed one or the final one. It appears in the section for the proposed one. So that may be a limitation to you guys if you accept it right now as it's presented without any amendments. And then read B, which has another limitation in the second sentence.
Yes, so Councilmember Atkins, in my friendly amendment, I'd offer it to you so that we can have noted for the record the opportunity to revise with the city manager as he has previously described in his budget calendar.
Yes, and I accept that friendly amendment. I accept that friendly amendment. I thought that if it's a conflict, then I want to make sure that it's a part of it. If there's a conflict or some gray area, I accept the friendly amendment because I want to make sure that our motion states our intent. And our intent would then be to have the ability to come back and to amend should we see fit along the budget process.
And it does provide in B that the city manager may submit amendments to the capital budget at any time during the fiscal year. You see that after the second sentence, no appropriation provided for in the prior capital budget shall lapse until the purpose for which the appropriation was made and shall have been accomplished or abandoned, provided, however, it gives the city manager some authority to submit amendments to you guys to the capital budget at any time during the fiscal year, accompanied by recommendations. So the motion or the friendly amendment may not be needed as the city manager has some latitude to submit amendments to you guys.
Madam City Attorney, wouldn't that be the amendments after the budget had been approved for that? I understand that this is for the upcoming fiscal year, and we are trying to confirm that we are able to make amendments to his proposal for this upcoming fiscal year, not that he has authority to change it after the capital budget has been adopted.
So if you go back to A with your power to accept it with or without amendments as it's being presented, would those amendments not come now prior to your voting?
Correct, and I think I represent at least some of my colleagues. We got a booklet at the last work session that was the capital improvement budget. We made some recommendations to the city manager's office for the user experience of the capital improvement budget. but we have not yet had a full presentation on all the contents. So for us to accept the budget proposal tonight without amendments, I think there is there's some hesitancy, and we had previously been presented with a calendar that suggested that the city manager will walk us through a process so that we could understand and unpack the capital budget. And so I just want our vote tonight to reflect that while we accept the initial proposal, we still reserve the authority to make amendments at a later date.
Okay, I need to ask the city manager a question. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I think I've got what I need. Because the city manager is seeking to have his final budget before you guys for approval in April, then this meets the 3 months prior to, so the friendly amendment would be needed if you guys are not ready to make your amendments tonight. I would submit to you, though, this is a charter provision that doesn't appear to give much leeway in that those amendments can come later. And because it's silent to that, I think we're just going to have to interpret this section to allow for such, if that's the will of this body, to potentially accept it tonight without amendments and reserve your right to make amendments later. I do think it's a stretch, but with its silence, you just have to infer that you have some authority to do that at some later time.
Yes. So, a condition? No. So, Madam Attorney, because it is gray.
It's gray.
Yes. Because it is gray, it says that we can accept if we perfect the motion to say with amendments as needed, then, because it doesn't say when we have to accept the amendments. I mean, it's logical that the amendments would be, but it's all gray.
Right.
I mean, it's just very gray.
But that flies in the face of the 3 months prior to the final date. So say your amendments don't come until March, you're not 3 months prior to the final date of the submission of the budget, which is coming in April per the schedule. So it kind of erodes that section, that portion of the sentence.
And just to give you some clarity on the April 20th date, so that date is based on the public notification process that needs to happen before June 1st. So it's all time related.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's just that I would like for us to make sure that the motion is worded in such a way that it allows you to stick to your dates, but also allows us and our oversight ability and our ability to add or amend to do both of those things, because this is gray, and so I just want to make sure that the wording is.
I can
would allow
share
us to do
that the city manager's intention is to coincide with the friendly amendment.
So are we accepting the capital budget with the opportunity to have with the opportunity to amend the capital budget?
The motion that I understood from Councilman Atkins with my friendly amendment is that we are accepting the budget, the capital improvement budget, with the option to, at a later date, make amendments to the capital improvement budget.
As motion.
So the motion on the floor is to accept the capital budget with the option at a later date to make an amendment to the capital budget. All those in favor?
I wouldn't say no, because that's not my motion, because you said an amendment, I would say amendments. I would take out a, because they could be plural.
It could be more than one amendment.
That's correct.
Okay, so you want to accept the capital budget with an option to make amendments, plural, to the capital budget at a later date.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, ma'am,
Oh,
motion?
Second?
Okay, so we have a second. All those in,
Oh.
okay. Council, any discussion? Oh, first we have to do the closing of the, go ahead. Any discussion? Go, no discussion? Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. And the next line item is discussion on establishing a standardized council transition and training process. Can we open the floor for possible discussion?
Madam Mayor, I move to open the floor for discussion and possible action on item number 21.
So move, second?
Okay, we have a second, and all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, discussion. Discussion.
Okay, I've prepared some comments, and then we can proceed into discussion. So thank you, Madam Mayor and colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this item. When I was sworn in, one of my first priorities was to figure out how I could be the best legislator possible, not just for today, but for the long term. I had early conversations with our city manager and our city clerk about what resources existed to help us all govern effectively and ethically. Those conversations sparked an idea. What if we formalize a process that ensures every council member, new or returning, has access to the tools and knowledge needed to serve at the highest level? From there, I did my research. I researched what neighboring cities are doing, and I reviewed academic literature on professional development for municipal elected officials. The research is clear. Structured onboarding and continuing education are recognized best practices that strengthen governance, improve compliance, and build trust with the public. Before our January 12th work session, I shared a PowerPoint outlining a proposed framework and invited feedback from the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. I incorporated their input into what I presented at that session. After that discussion, the council agreed to have the city attorney draft a resolution. I then revised that draft and I circulated it for feedback. The version before you tonight reflects input from council members Friedley, Atkins, Ziegler, Caldwell, and Martin Rogers. I want to thank all of you for your contributions to this policy and your collaboration in this effort. Now, I want to just briefly share the spirit of this legislation. One of the most important aspects of effective government is defining, understanding, and accepting the appropriate roles of elected and appointed officials. This program is about continuity, clarity, and collaboration. It ensures that governance doesn't depend solely on institutional memory. It establishes a shared understanding of roles, authority, and procedures. It orients council members to the city's assets, priorities, and future direction. And it builds strong governance practices and council staff relationships. So what does the training cover? It covers the fundamentals, our governing framework, legal and ethical requirements, legislative processes, an overview of city operations and services, financial oversight, and external relations. It also provides practical tools like a council handbook and support for continuing education. Importantly, it makes clear that this body values professionalism and best practices to govern effectively. This program matters because consistent onboarding strengthens effectiveness, ethics, and compliance. It protects the city and it serves the public interest. And importantly, it builds on the state-required training. It does not replace it. The state sets the foundation. Our program adds local context and application so we can govern with confidence, and we saw a little bit of that tonight. In short, this resolution formalizes a council transition and orientation as a standard best practice. It aligns with the legal requirements and the fiscal responsibility of this body, and it does so in a way that encourages participation rather than mandates it, as aligned with the feedback that I've received thus far. With that, I move to adopt the resolution to establish an East Point Council onboarding and orientation program as presented in the agenda.
Second for discussion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Discussion.
Yes.
We have Mr. Councilman Atkins, then we have Councilwoman Rogers. And that's it.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Hemming, for pulling this together. I think it would be much needed for all of the reasons that you have already articulated. And one of the things that became apparently clear, abundantly clear to me tonight is that in terms of the governing framework, if we could have a part of this, a review of our charter, because there's so many gray areas in our charter. We spent an exorbitant amount of time to procedurally do something that we wanted to do. The spirit was there to make sure we met the letter of our law and our charter, but there's some areas that are conflicted or not exactly clear. And so as a part of the governing framework process, I am hoping that we could have a review of our charter, and as a body, if there areas where we think we need to clean the charter up, much like the code rewrite that we need to do for our zoning areas in the city. I hope that we can add that to this training. And I do appreciate the fact that this is very germane and specific to the city of East Point, unlike our mandated state training in Tifton and Athens, which gives us a broad overview of serving as an elected official in a municipality across the state, but will not speak specifically to the city of East Point. And when we go to those trainings, many of those cities are different forms of government. Some of them are mayoral-run governments, some of them are city manager-run governments, and so it's not going to be specific. That's an apple, this is an orange, both fruit, they're both benefits, but this will be very specific to us, and I think will help us to govern. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm in for discussion. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Hemming for bringing this idea forward, as it required quite a bit of extensive research to produce such a comprehensive document. And I also agree that there are opportunities to better streamline the onboarding process for newly elected officials, an area in which the city currently lacks a formal structure. However, I do think the document does require a tad bit more of work in relation to our city charter and the roles and responsibilities of the city council members. I would just prefer that it would be a tad bit more aligned, and I would just like for us to just consider thinking about a clear distinction of onboarding that includes the direct reports only, the city manager, the clerk, the municipal court judge. And what does that collaborative day look like in which newly elected learn about their jobs and the functions of it? This will also afford us the opportunity to tie this into the direct report evaluations that must take place. Number two, after that is established, council should look at a standing retreat for the month of January or shortly thereafter, because I realize there are only 2 weeks left, that offers a bird's eye view of the city's operations. This also allows residents to be a part of the learning process, a look inside of our local government. Newly elected council members have not had the opportunity to attend the mandatory state training, which will be held in February and March. This training covers roles and responsibilities of municipal officials, ethics for elected officials, municipal finances, planning and zoning, fundamentals, open meetings law, open records, and parliamentary procedures. While it's well-intentioned, the document includes references to departments and operational matters that are managed by the city manager. The charter carefully distinguishes these responsibilities, reserving operational authority to the city manager. I also want to suggest that rather than having staff create a city council handbook from scratch, we might focus on the charter as our foundational guide. Since it clearly outlines roles, responsibilities, and authorities, at the same time, we could explore the wealth of resources already available through organizations like GMA and the NLC to inquire about the tools and guidance they offer. This approach could help us provide effective support for council members while making the most of existing expertise and materials. I understand and support the need for this initiative, including an onboarding training combined with a lunch and learn retreat. It is important that we provide accurate and high-quality information from the outset so that everyone feels empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah. I want to just say thank you for putting this together. It's a great gesture. As a newly elected council member, I've experienced some of the same gaps with onboarding since taking office in January. Prior to attending, of course, the state mandate training that's coming up in February or March. I think during this time, the experience that I've had is we heavily rely on our peers to share information, and oftentimes we just don't know what we don't know. So I agree that we definitely need a consistent and standard process to support us during these early stages. As Councilmember Martin Rogers stated, with the state training, there is a Georgia law that already requires newly elected council members to complete a very comprehensive training. Much of what is also going to be covered in or what you've outlined as well. I have a couple of questions. So one is in relation to the council transition report. Since this heavily relies on institutional knowledge from prior council, I just wanted to know, maybe this is a question for the city manager, is this information already documented and maintained with the city clerk's office? Some of the things that were described in the presentation were past events, projects, community needs. Like, is that something that our office is, or the city clerk's office is already tracking today?
Madam Mayor, may I offer that that item that Council Caldwell is referring to did not make it into this legislation.
Oh, okay.
It's
That
not
wasn't on that.
It's not in here.
Can we pull it up?
Yeah. Can we pull up the version 3 of the resolution? It's not in there. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah. Okay. You took that piece out. Okay. I was also going to make a recommendation to potentially adopt the Georgia Municipal Association checklist as one of the, as a foundation to the transition report or the onboarding. It had a lot of things that we have documented, like the city org chart, comprehensive plan, things of that nature, just completely documented step by step. Some of the things that would help us get up to speed. It is something that's already available, and it could be an easy checklist that we could implement versus creating anything from scratch.
I have a question. Is that going to be a part of her ordinance? Does it need to be changed or amendment? Because it's not already a part of the plan, or is this something being added?
I didn't see it. I saw a different presentation than this, so maybe I'm speaking on something else. This was in the agenda packet that I looked at that's online today. Okay. Yes. So this is different from what's in the resolution. Okay. Then maybe I need to look at that before making these comments. One other thing I'll just say, because I am a newly elected council member and haven't gone through the state required training, I personally would like to go through the state required training, just because I know that this is provided like a supplemental training for what we don't learn or what we aren't exposed to from the state, and it is going to be East Point focused, just to reduce any redundancy with training that staff has to create. I personally would like to go through the state training, so before kind of making a decision on this, I don't know if there is an appetite to potentially hold off until after, but that's just my personal opinion. I yield.
Oh, yes, thank you for the presentation. I am catching up a little bit. Sorry I missed your PowerPoint, but I would like to thank you for your hard work. I think a great point was just made. I know our charter is, city-specific. I think it may be beneficial to have a broader understanding, of municipal law before we jump straight into, the charter. So I'm guessing I think I'm just thinking on the point that was just made. So a lot of things may come down to interpretation. So there's certain legal theories and things like that I think it would be beneficial to help you understand our charter a little bit better. I'm not sure if it's stated in here, but I did have a couple other questions on prepping the materials for these courses. If you don't mind, is that who would be in charge of prepping the material? I'm guessing for the booklets and whatnot. That's one of my questions, if you don't mind.
So, yeah, the question was about preparing the material for the booklet of training.
For the training.
For the training booklet, and who would be in charge of? Sorry.
Can I get all of Councilmember Mitchell's questions so I can respond?
Sure.
I want to stay within my 5-minute response time as the proposer of this item.
And also, who will be teaching these courses?
Okay.
Would it be a consultant? Would it be, were you envisioning staff from different departments, or hiring a consultant? And then I had a funding question. I think you mentioned something about miscellaneous funds. If you could expound on that also. Thank you.
Council, did you get that question? Do you want to respond to those questions and then go to Councilwoman Caldwell? Go, Councilwoman Caldwell, you're next.
I just lost my train of thought.
Okay.
You can answer his questions first.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure procedurally that it's okay, because I think the rules say that as the mover, or I don't know the exact rule, but that I'm supposed to speak last after all other council members are heard. So if I respond to these questions now, and then Councilmember Caldwell has another question, are you comfortable, or would you allow me to respond to her question?
I thought that every council person has the opportunity to speak twice, and then whoever comes in. So if you haven't had a chance to speak, and you're between the two people that have already had a chance to speak, then the new person that has a chance to speak. So Councilwoman Caldwell, you're next, and yes, you can go after her.
Okay.
If I can ask my question.
Go ahead.
To kind of Councilmember Mitchell's point, I just wanted to know, of course, who would be responsible for the training, but if it is the staff, are they going through the state training that we would attend to make sure that we can prevent any redundancy between what we learn, just to make sure that they're not creating anything, any conflict with authority and the state training that we would receive, so that we just know which training to follow. And the only other comment I wanted to make when thinking about this from an East Point perspective, my thought process is we go to the state training, we get that foundational knowledge, we come back and have a conversation with East Point, not that they train us, but they give us visibility into their operations, because we may learn best practices and improvements that we could then recommend to them versus just learning exactly what they do. Again.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to answer all of the questions in the order that they were received. Councilmember Atkins, you asked a question about making sure that there was a city charter overview. And Madam City Clerk, would you mind scrolling so I can point to different line items where these items are addressed? So if you could go to line 127 of the resolution. This attachment is part of the council handbook that would supplement this onboarding and orientation. And the intention here is that there is a city charter overview. It may not get to the level of review for possible changes, but it does provide an overview of the city charter. And then I also believe at line number 198, it is not explicit, but the purpose of the governance and norms and expectations is so that the city attorney and others have the opportunity to make sure that we understand our norms and expectations as founded in the charter. So that's the first item. Councilmember Martin Rogers, you asked, what does the day look like? Attachment B that we are on right now is an overview of the day. There are roughly 5 modules that we would work through over an 8-hour period with the intention of, again, not, I've heard the phrase redundant, not to be redundant of state training, but to understand how these things work and apply here in the context of East Point. Also, Dr. Martin Rogers, you also mentioned some concerns about operational authority, and I don't know what this note means, but I refer to line item 39. Oh, I know what it is. Reading lines 37 through 39, the intention behind this legislation is not, or this resolution, is not that we are asking the city manager, city clerk, or directing the city manager, city clerk, or anybody else to bring in people outside of the scope, but it is standard practice and policy that as legislators, we can define a piece of the function of what we're asking the city manager to do. And the spirit of this is to explain or have him bring in the relevant department heads to explain different parts of the operations. There's also a question about whether or not, Ms. Caldwell, your question about whether or not we can adopt a GMA checklist or if there's any redundancy. And I just want to call into view that what I'm asking here is that this is to be coordinated by the city clerk in partnership with these folks. This resolution is silent on whether or not they bring in outside expertise. If they need to bring in outside expertise or information, they have more than enough authority to do that. And Councilmember Mitchell, you asked about funding. I refer you to line 97. And it's a blanket statement about being able to allocate funds as necessary to implement the program. Maybe that language should be changed to the city manager, or what other language might be agreeable to you. And then finally, Councilmember Caldwell, I just want to make note of your question about whether or not the staff are going through these trainings that then we're going through. I've been very intentional that this language is about onboarding and orientation. It is not a training. It is for the purposes of us having a standardized process to onboard newly elected officials. We're not credentialing anyone and saying that you have completed a East Point, blah, blah, blah. It is simply to say that you all have been oriented to our city and understand how the city functions and governs so that you can make the appropriate legislation that advances the mission and vision of the city. I hope that I've answered your question sufficiently. I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Mitchell?
Yeah, I just had a couple more questions. Even line 98, I'm not sure if we need more detailed language there, as you mentioned. Also, I know you mentioned earlier an overview of the charter. Is that the language you use?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to know what you envision by that, because it's a very detailed document.
I envision that we would rely on the expertise of the staff that we've hired about each of these relevant items. So you mentioned, for example, Ms. Caldwell mentioned the presentation. In the earlier presentation, I showed topics and then I proposed presenters. So I am not a legal expert, but my assumption is that our city attorney is and should be. And so it would be up to the city manager, the city clerk, city manager, and city attorney to best divide up these modules based on their expertise, roles, and authorities to deliver this orientation in its comprehensive form. Intentionally in this legislation, I did not specify that the city attorney presents this or that the city manager presents that. Instead, what I'm hoping is there's a collaboration of our direct reports to give us the best information for our effective legislation.
Okay, thank you. And so, is there a cap on how much should be spent on this that you had in mind? I know you're trying to leave it up to the discretion of the direct reports to go out and maybe procure an expert on this or expert on that. Is there a certain amount, and is that something that needs to be approved beforehand, or not to exceed a certain amount?
I think that's a great question. In the presentation, I offered a range of what this could cost. The city attorney wasn't sure about my calculations, and so I'm not sure if I should present this range, but I'll tell you what I proposed. But again, I did not put it in this resolution because I think that part of the city manager's responsibility is to implement and execute the budget. And earlier this evening, we talked about the appetite and the needs of council. So I would prefer that the city manager come back to us with a recommendation, but I'll tell you what I put in the presentation. I put a range that this could cost somewhere between $8,000 to $18,000. And that number might sound large, but I want to be clear what it includes. I include the staff time that would be needed to collate these materials for our onboarding. I also include the opportunity for them to bring in outside expertise. And I also include design, printing, handbook, venue, meal materials, all that sort of stuff. So there is a range that I've proposed, but this resolution does not specify that range.
Okay.
But I did do some back of the envelope math and suggested that this could be the range. And I identified, to your earlier question, that these funds exist in Department 1110, which is our council and committees department.
Is that under the city manager's office, or who is this under a specific office that would be ultimately responsible for coordinating all these things?
As I understand it, Madam City Clerk, the Department 11, no, you saying no? Not this one. I don't think so.
So someone would have to be responsible, I guess, for cutting the check, I would say.
Well, this, as I understand the budget, and I'm looking to Ms. Cartwright, but as I understand it, Department 1110 is currently managed by the city clerk. And so there is an allocation that says council and committees, and part of the spirit, as I reviewed the budget, was for this type of activity.
So the clerk's office, I'm assuming, would be responsible for?
Yes, and importantly, I named that this would be coordinated by the city clerk.
Okay.
As the facilitator of our records and our information as a legislative body.
And this account, one-to-one, Keisha, you may be able to answer. What do you usually use that money for, or does it have a use? Okay. So that's just saying it's coming from your office when it starts with a certain. Okay. So I guess if we can get some more specifics on that, that'd be helpful. But yeah, it's great work. I just had a couple of questions. Thank you. Oh, you.
Thank you. My questions actually go directly to line 98. And as the maker of the second, Councilmember Hemming, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to change out the phrase Finance Department to the City Manager, because the Finance Department interim director, whomever would report to the City Manager. So I would like to make that friendly amendment, if you would accept.
I accept.
And speaking of the questions that Councilmember Mitchell just asked about the cost of this and the information that you just gave, I have a difference of opinion about that. I think that this legislation should not include a specific amount, an amount not to exceed, or a range. We have the ability to do that when we're passing the budget. And so this particular piece of legislation should facilitate efficiency. And so if we put a number in here and the cost of hiring someone or collating or all of those things changes year over year, then we'd have to go back and change the legislation. So this body would have the opportunity to set whatever the cost is going to be in the budget process. And so that should be a line item that specifically speaks to the council transition and training process, and then that would answer the question and take care of any of the issues regarding the cost of the event, because the body would have to, by consensus, agree to that. So my friendly amendment is to change the language to city manager, and I think that in terms of cost of this training, we would be able to weigh in on that during the budget process. Thank you. I yield.
Back in. If I'm.
All right, Dr. Martin Rogers.
Okay. Okay, so I think just like we set a budget for every other event, I don't really believe in giving a blank check, to any sort of initiative. I think normally the language is not to exceed a certain amount, not to put a specific number on there, or not necessarily saying that you may need to spend all of the monies allocated to that. And then I guess my other statement would be for Madam City Attorney, would this resolution have to be in its final form before it's adopted? And can you do amendments through, amend text through friendly amendments? I guess that's my question.
Let me look at that. I thought that final form referred to ordinances, but I'll confirm for you in just a second.
Okay. But I believe so. But that's just my take. I think we put a cap on everything else. I'm not so sure about, a blank check on this one. But
I agree with you, Councilman Mitchell. This isn't a blank check because we would have to put it in the budget. And so when we put it in the budget, we would put an amount in the budget for the training. So this is not a blank check, but it is making the the legislation more efficient, because if we put a number in here now, and whatever the cost may be, because this is a new training, that cost may go over. It could go over like the Silver Fox Law, about $250. So then we have to go back and change the legislation to accommodate that. So when we get ready to do the budget, or in the budget process, it's not a blank check. The body would decide how much would be spent on the training. So I hope that my comments were not interpreted to be a blank check. It is that just trying to make sure that we are creating legislation that also creates efficiencies, and we would be able to speak to the cost of this through the budget process.
Councilman Mitchell, I found the answer to your question. It's in section 2-207 of your code. Every proposed ordinance shall be introduced in writing and in the form required for final adoption. So that final form refers to ordinances, not resolutions.
Is this going to be made law, or I know resolutions are long-term? Are we planning on putting this in the Muni Code? I guess that's clear.
My assumption is that the proposed resolution would not be codified in an ordinance, but it would remain a resolution.
I'm pretty sure.
But I would defer to the proponent to make sure that that's accurate.
Correct.
I don't believe that's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hemming. I just wanted to add and make sure that, ask the question of, as we go through this proposed training in the ordinance, for the sake of time and efficiency, I do like the idea of seeking outside help, just because our staff is, they are knowledgeable about their respective departments, but in terms of training for efficiency and results and things like that, maybe some type of training program can be implemented and to that point. So I think this is a great idea, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to.
We have the motion in a
Councilmember
second.
Hemming
Okay.
made the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, great. So-
Question?
Yes.
Was there a timeline in this resolution, when this would start?
I can't remember if this draft has the 60 days or not. Let me check.
Do we want to keep moving until you find it, Councilwoman Hemming, and then come back to you with that timeline answer?
This version removed the within 60 days of the start, but my ask, I think we said that it would be, let me look into this, hold on.
Madam Mayor, while she's looking, if what just passed does not have that timeline, I don't know if I'm speaking for the city manager and the city clerk, but I think it would be smart that it happens after the state mandated training.
One just got sold out.
I am looking it up. Sadly, I removed the 60 days, but there is a schedule that is intended, and it says that it would be aligned to election cycles to ensure reasonable scheduling and council availability, including weekend and evening options. And to the point of the city attorney, the current state training is full for the February options, and the next option is not available until March, and we have at least 4 more meetings before then. And my hope would be that we would not tarry on this, but we would get it done. And sadly, I removed that language. And also, to be clear, this does not require participation. Participation is strongly encouraged.
So with, go ahead, Councilman Atkins.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman.
Oh.
I'm sorry, that was my question to ask, when was the state training? But you say February is closed out, so the next available classes will be in March? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to the suggestion of Madam Attorney, and we could reconsider the motion, any of the proponents of that, to add in a time frame, because I think that it would be
Do the items that are presented in discussion get counted in the motion to pass? So what I'm asking is, during the discussion, we had a suggestion that this training be put after the meeting. So does that bundle? No, it does not. Okay.
It would have needed to have been added to the motion. And there was only one friendly amendment to the motion, and it was not the one that was suggested by Councilwoman Caldwell. For the reconsideration, however, we have rules on how to reconsider. But I think it's probably more appropriate to look at the rule on amendments, modifying the intentions of a motion potentially. I need to have time to read both, so.
So, question, Madam Attorney, because you want to do that, we've already disposed of this, so it's not like we can table it. But we can come back to it once or can we come back to reconsider? Can we come back to reconsider within the same meeting?
So we have 3 rules that could potentially apply here. One is amendments modifying the intentions of a motion. One is re-entertainment of a motion. One is reconsideration of a motion. A substitute for any original proposition under debate for any pending amendment. So those 3, if I just have a moment to read which one is most appropriate.
Sure.
I'll get back with you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor? While she's looking, may I just ask a question of Councilmember Atkins? I'm confused as to why we need to go through all of this and concern ourselves necessarily with a timeline. I would presume that we can work with our direct reports to negotiate when this is going to happen the way we would a council retreat or anything else.
Yes, we could with our direct reports that we currently have. I think that we feel comfortable with that relationship. But the policy, in my estimation, if those persons change, if there's not a timeline that we set in here, because we don't have a timeline, a city manager could say, I don't want to do this until November.
But that council could direct him to do it before then, correct? I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, unless our direct reports suddenly tell us, no, we're not going to do what you tell us to in some future universe, it feels like I'm not quite sure why we'd reopen this whole vote on that point.
Fair enough. I think that if it's the will of the body with a consensus, then we could direct the direct reports to do it. But yes, I was just thinking that having a specific timeline would help facilitate it, and so that they would know when to do it and when this body would anticipate the maker of the actual motion, whatever, Councilmember Hemming had in mind around that. But yes, I do agree that the body by consensus could just tell our direct reports, we want this done at X time. Yep, thank you.
The intention of the section number 6 around scheduling and accessibility, the spirit of the legislation was to make this a time-sensitive completion, that it wouldn't linger on or wait for other items to happen. This program is not contingent upon anything else. It is a standalone program. So I would be interested, Madam City Attorney, if you reviewed what options we have to revise the recommendation.
With respect to the rules that are available for making this a part of a motion, Rule 27 provides that only a council member that voted on the prevailing side may reconsider. I think it was unanimous, so any of you, a vote may be reconsidered at any time during the same meeting.
Okay, so that's the only, so as a member on the prevailing side, I move that we reconsider this item to add in a provision of a time frame.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Go ahead, discussion? Discussion. Councilwoman Caldwell?
I do have a question for the city manager in relation to the time frame. Do you believe that you would be able to pull this together in 60 days? Is that a realistic time frame based on what has been presented?
So that is a concern, particularly with the budget process that we're trying to keep in tune with. And frankly, we hadn't had a chance to review, so I don't know what the implementation requirements will be. I'm kind of getting caught up now. I know legal got a chance to review, but we didn't get a chance to actually understand it. I don't know if the city clerk has, so we'll have to get this and kind of convene and see what our schedules look like. But I can say that it may be a challenge for us just because of the budget process.
Councilwoman Hemming?
Yes, so I am getting the proposed language. So my reconsideration would be in section 6, scheduling and accessibility, that we would add language to line 87 that said the program shall be delivered within I'm trying to weigh what you just shared, Mr. City Manager.
Would it be helpful if we, I know that we want to go to training first. I think that was the appetite that kind of brought us back to this section. Going to training in March was what we thought we were going to do, and then come back to the direct reports to share information for them to optimize what you've presented here, to maybe revisit or have one. So I guess we, with the timing of this all, would it be beneficial for us to go to training first and then share this information as a ongoing review or revisit? Or I think this is...
That's not my appetite as the mover of this resolution, but I did hear that from Councilwoman Caldwell, and she, obviously can vote not to approve it with this reconsidered motion. But the language that I'm hoping to add is at line 89. The onboarding program shall be delivered within 60 days after the start of new cycles or of new cycles for newly elected council members.
January 1st, that's January,
Mhm.
March, so you're in March at that point in time.
Correct.
Okay, so. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say, I'm willing to do the training whenever it takes place. I think it really falls on the city manager and the city clerk's office and when they can do it based on some of the priorities that they have, because they're going to be pulling together pretty much all of this information, and we're listeners. So I would probably refer to him as far as when he can pull together these 5 modules.
So do I need to make a motion for reconsideration or?
Right now, we're in discussion on the motion to reconsider.
Okay.
This is not yet the motion of the actual item that's going to be reconsidered. You guys are still discussing whether you're even going to reconsider it.
Okay.
That's the current motion on the floor that Mayor Pro Tem Atkins made.
So do we vote on that motion?
The vote needs to be on whether or not you're going to allow for the reconsideration. Then the second motion, if that passes, is whatever the reconsideration of the motion is.
He moved.
Do we have a motion to accept the reconsideration?
Well, no, you already have a motion. The motion is a motion to reconsider the motion that was just held on the onboarding. And so we're in discussion on whether or not you guys are going to reconsider. So if that motion passes, then we'll call for the second motion. But if that motion fails, then nothing will be reconsidered.
Okay.
So right now, the question is, do you want to reconsider the motion to add in this timeline? And
Is
if
there a
you say
motion
yes-
to reconsider the motion to add in the timeline?
So we're in discussion. If there's no more
We already did
discussion,
that.
you can call for the yeas on that.
Okay, so. No?
I think that's what you're about to do, is decide whether.
Right. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that.
So then it's a yes that we're reconsidering the motion. So now we need some language on what the reconsideration will
Okay.
be, and I think that's where you're coming in. Right now, the only change, the way the resolution reads is you took out finance director, you put in city manager. So now there's a potential new change at line 89, and what I have so far is the onboarding program shall be delivered within 60 days of, I didn't get the rest of it.
Of the start of, the onboarding program shall be delivered within 60 days after the start of newly elected council members.
I would not say council members because we want the mayor to attend also, so
Sorry.
newly elected officials
Newly elected
of the
officials.
legislative body.
Okay, sorry, one more change. The onboarding program shall be delivered within 60 days after the inauguration of newly elected officials.
Well, but inauguration is optional. Like, we didn't have to have an inauguration. Once we did our oath, then we were in. I think that, and that could move
Program shall be delivered within 60 days after
the start of
the newly elected council. Newly elected officials.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Okay, how about we suggest this? Okay, I guess for time's sake, we have the resolution say what we want it to say, but we set the schedule for what we needed, what would need to be done. Does what I'm saying make sense? Because this is something, a tool that we're going to be utilizing, correct? So why don't we have the document say what we need it to say, but we direct him to do what needs to be done? Does what I'm saying make sense?
Yes, but I appreciate what Councilmember Atkins said. I'm hoping that we write enduring policy, right? And if this
Right.
issue is silent, that means that council members after us could decide or not to have this program, and/or the city staff or city manager may decide or not to have the program. So adding in the provision around time is not just the spirit of today's consideration, it's also about the enduring legacy of the resolution.
But what I'm saying is we add the time, but we still direct him to do what we need him to do.
I think the resolution gives the directive.
So 60 days, he's saying that it might be a possibility it can be done in the 60 days from the inauguration.
He's saying that it might be a task, and I recognize that.
We have to find a compromise, like.
Would it be helpful if we presented this idea again to a consultant that is good with training, and then we come back, let you take, if that's okay with Councilwoman Hemmings, to take this information and, I'm sorry? Okay.
After January 1st. What I'm saying is, it may need to occur in January, right after you get elected.
I'm comfortable that the within 60 days allows the city manager, city clerk's office to deliver it within 30 days if they want to, but the boundary is the 60-day mark of the newly elected officials. So my reconsideration motion is to add the following language to line number 89, that the onboarding program shall be delivered within 60 days after the start of newly elected officials' terms.
Is that your motion?
Yes,
Councilmember
that's my
Green?
motion.
And that also includes the other provision from line 98 where? That is already good. I second.
Aye.
Discussion.
So on line 98, so I'm a little bit confused now. It was mentioned it was the city manager's office now? Or under the city manager? But it's coming out of the clerk's budget.
The resolution doesn't say from which budget it comes out of. Councilmember Hemming mentioned a presentation, but that's not a part of the resolution.
So when I asked about funding earlier into, transfer money from one department to the other, so, I mean that came up earlier.
Correct, but the city manager is the executor of our entire budget. And so what this resolution allows is for that allocation to be made in the budget that the city manager presents to us going forward. Does not speak on where that funding is going to come from right now. It just authorizes the allocation of those funds necessary to implement this program.
So I'm a little bit, okay, I might have stepped out for a second. So I know when I asked about funding earlier, you mentioned 111.
Yeah, I was giving you context to provide background, but the only thing that's in the resolution is what I'm proposing. I let you know that in the current budget, there are funds that are in that department, but the resolution does not name where those funds should come from intentionally.
So, I mean, okay. I know before it said the financial director, you have it pulled up.
It's changed to the city manager is
So the city
authorized.
manager.
Yeah, the language is the city manager is authorized to allocate funds necessary to implement the programming, including training materials, facilitator fees, learning management tools, and related expenses, subject to budget availability and procurement policies. So the city manager couldn't do anything that violates those policies when bringing forth the allocation.
Okay, so I'm just complete. So it's going to be under the city manager's office, correct?
No, this is coordinated activity between the city clerk, the city manager, the city attorney, and where necessary, the municipal judge.
Okay.
The city clerk coordinates it. That doesn't mean that the city clerk is the only person responsible. It means that it's a collaboration of all of our direct reports.
Okay. I'm just wondering how are we paying for this? That's my thing. So I'm assuming the city manager is going to
Make a
just
recommendation.
so the money will have. I'm trying to gain a full understanding where the money's going to come from and whose office.
I think there's a difference between making a policy resolution and then budget allocation and developing and proposing a budget. And it is in the city manager's purview, per what Councilman Atkins said, to define the scope of the budget. The language in this is to make sure that it ends up in the budget until this resolution is either amended, eliminated, or canceled by this body or any future body. This does not authorize where the money comes from. That process happens via the budget proposal. They're two separate items that we can't conflate, I think. The passing of policy is setting the intention of the body. The budget is where the city manager then reflects our intentions with the city's resources and dollars.
Madam Mayor, if I can provide some help here.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think Councilman Mitchell and even Councilmember Hemming's explanation brings up a point that we just need to make sure. So, because this only really happens every 2 years, right? And maybe some years it won't happen because everyone may be reelected, right? For fiscal year 2026, the budget has already been approved. And if the goal of funding is for the city manager to allocate those funds, and those funds have to come from somewhere other than in his department, say they need to come from reserve, or say they need to come from somewhere else, you're going to have a budget amendment. A budget amendment takes 2 reads. We only have 30 days left now to present the onboarding. And so you may run into a problem if the budget amendment has to happen before the onboarding happens, the timing. Unless it comes out of his budget and he would need to speak, Mr. Jones would need to speak to whether or not he has those funds to pay for these items, to make sure the onboarding is effective and well rolled out. So that impacts just this year's. In fiscal year 2028, because it only happens every time we have an election, because it's designed to have the onboarding of newly elected, then the budget that gets passed for fiscal year 2028, which happens in 2027, will need to already encompass the costs of whatever the onboarding will cost, right? Some estimate. But I think your only issue is going to be for this one, in how and where the money comes from, especially if a budget amendment is necessary prior to the happening of the onboarding.
So that's very appreciated context. And also Ms. Cartwright presented money that's in the city manager's office right now. One of those items said Ward A at large, education and training. And there was like $6,000 in there. And so if what happens is that the city clerk, city attorney, and city manager decide that this year all we have is that $6,000 and that's all we get, then this is the floor. So I'm comfortable that that the city manager has the authority for intra-department transfers and that this language authorizes him to do that. And I appreciate the amendment from Councilmember Atkins that directs the city manager to identify and allocate the appropriate funds. So I'm comfortable with.
I would say if they're available, correct?
And if they're available. And so I am comfortable with the time commitment.
Yeah. I mean, usually you like to identify or have an estimate how much something like this would cost for it. We put it in the resolution, but I yield. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, here we go. So, first of all, I think it's a class that this onboarding process should be something that all of us should go through, just because I think there's a wealth of knowledge here, and we could all benefit from everybody starting out being on the same page. Second thing is, so one, I think it should be mandatory that we all attend. It will be every 2 years as newly elected officials come into play. But I want us to be realistic so that we can have a program, this onboarding process, something that really works. I know we're saying 60 days. I just kind of had a sidebar, and I said, what is realistic that we can get this done? Because there's so many other things that are on their plate. April. I know we want to get it done now, and I think we much rather have it sooner rather than later. But then I want to make sure that we have something that's going to be a quality process in place. And if April, we said April 1, and if that works, that gives them an opportunity to, number one, put a complete, robust program together. It gives them an opportunity to identify where those funds will actually come from so that it can be fully funded. Because there's, looking at the budget, it's some money that's here and there. And I know at the same time, we also wanted to consider what Councilmember Atkins said, that we sort of look at just kind of where all these different things are. So, like I said, I know we'd much rather do it sooner rather than later, but if April 1st is that stop date that we can have this program in place. And then two, that will also give you guys an opportunity to attend the state class. It kind of takes care of everything. But I just want to make sure that we, instead of just doing a rush job and we just get just whatever, or we have a certain day for 60 days, they can't do it, and then they get hammered across the head because they didn't make that particular deadline. This gives them a comfortable deadline to do everything that we need to do. You all get a chance to go to the state and take those classes that you need to take. We can sort of bring everything back. And that way it's kind of like a give and take, and everybody kind of get a little bit of something, because everybody not going to always get their way. So if that pleases the body, if we could, I don't even know how that.
So, Councilmember Cummings, for the purposes of the resolution, I agree that there's two issues happening here. One is the resolution that we want to endure.
Right.
And then the other is what happens right now.
Right.
So what I would, if the body would be comfortable with, we pass the resolution with the language around 60 days to set intention for outer years. And then we also make a motion to extend the timeline for this current implementation to happen by April 1st. I'm comfortable with that, but I don't want the resolution not to have the details around 60 days.
That's, okay, and the 60 days will be moving forward.
Moving forward, correct. So we pass the resolution, but then I'd be immediately make another motion that would accommodate this consideration, which is for it to happen by April 1st, 2026 for this year, so that there is the flexibility to the city clerk and the city attorney and the city manager to be able to pull this together.
We tracking, it's clear as mud now.
Okay.
So we good.
So that can be accomplished by two things. It could be what Councilmember Hemming said, or just, we can say with the exception of the inaugural onboarding class, it starts by April 1st, not August.
What is it?
That we could just put that language in
Okay.
this resolution.
So it says the onboarding program shall be delivered within 60 days after the start of newly elected officials' terms, and then we would add language that says,
Provided that the inaugural onboarding.
the inaugural program for, do you specify for 2026?
For 2026.
For 2026 has.
For calendar year.
For calendar year.
2026.
Can we put that in the resolution?
Shall occur. Before. Did I hear April 1st?
April
What did I hear?
1st.
By.
April
Don't
1st
say
is after
before.
the GMA training.
By, not before, because then we're back at by.
By April 1st.
Can we just push back the start date? Can we put all of that in the resolution?
Wait, I'm sorry,
I
sir.
said, can we just push back the start date of, I guess?
Well, that's what we're doing. We're pushing back the start date for this year, but in future years, it'll be within 60 days.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, if that's your, I'll accept that friendly amendment. My second would still stand, if that's what we need.
Okay, should I read it so everybody understands what they're about to vote on?
Please.
Please.
The onboarding, and this starts on line 89, the onboarding program shall be delivered within 60 days after the start of the newly elected officials of the mayor and council terms, provided that the inaugural onboarding program for calendar year 2026 shall occur by April 1st.
Perfect.
Y'all okay with that? There's a motion, there's a second, there's discussion. If there's no further discussion, Madam Mayor, you can call for the ayes or nays.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to item 22.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Yes. I would like to,
Just open for discussion?
no, I would just like to make a motion to move this item number 22 to the February work session agenda presentation.
Second?
The second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Please move this item to the February work session? You want to go to the work session?
Under
Okay.
presentations.
Work session, and under presentations.
Yes, because we have been provided the information. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 23. May I have a motion to open the floor for discussion?
Yes. Madam Mayor, I would just like to make the motion to direct the city manager to provide street repaving updates as discussed in the work session within 7 business days.
We have second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
So, can you clarify, Dr. Martin Rogers, you're asking for all street repaving?
No, just the ones mentioned in the work session that was held on last Monday. There were a couple of streets mentioned in the emails, so I would just like a 7-day, the street repaving updates. I believe they refer to it as a punch list. I'd like to know when those items or tasks are going to be completed.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to add Hayden Drive and Luther to that?
Absolutely.
Okay, second.
Okay, so the second still stands. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. All right, so agenda item 24.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to direct the city manager to provide the action item updates for the Riggs Drive guardrail safety issues. I believe it was changed to take away a guardrail and lift the curb within 7 days for mayor and council to receive that report to make sure that that task has been completed.
Do we have a second?
Did we approve it? I don't remember that.
We approved that item at the work session. But you didn't get it. Madam Mayor, can the city clerk confirm that? But I believe that Dr. Martin Rogers made this motion at the work session. We approved it at the work session, and so I think now we're waiting for the execution of that request that she's already made.
Madam City Clerk, can you confirm?
Sorry, just opening up my computer. So.
I know we did approve this.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to move forward with the, yeah.
You're going to withdraw your
I withdraw that discussion question.
discussion, and so we have it on the floor, so we have all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay,
Thank
the
you.
ayes have it, yes. All right. Any items for executive session? Let's see. 1 second.
I have one litigation and a personnel.
Okay, so let me just get that, Madam City Attorney.
Can you make it 2 personnel?
1 litigation and 2 personnel?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do we have a councilwoman?
I have a personnel.
So it's 1 personnel for Councilwoman Ziegler. All right.
Madam
All
Mayor.
right. I'm sorry. Martin Rogers, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
I have 2 personnel and 1 real estate.
So 2 personnel and 1 real estate. Okay. Councilman Freely?
Yes, I have 1 personnel and 1 real estate.
1 personnel and 1 real estate. Do we have anyone else? City manager?
City manager has 2 real estate.
Manager has 2 real estate. Anyone else have any other, council, do you have anything for executive session?
1 personnel.
Okay.
And 1 real estate.
So, let's see, Atkins, 1 personnel and 1 real estate. Okay, does anyone else have any, no?
Nope. Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we adjourn to executive session for 5 real estate, 1 legal, and 7 personnel.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's. All righty, so we are coming out of executive session.
Come on, just say a motion.
To reconvene the regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. May I have a motion?
I have it. You ready?
Go.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for the city clerk to provide verbatim minutes for each work session and council meeting, and to also explore all of the advanced technology as it relates to retrieving verbatim minutes and work with the communications department on technology upgrades for council chambers.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and properly
Second. Second.
Do we have a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I have a motion to direct the city manager to come back with a crisis communication protocol as it was procured by K. Warren LLC within 5 business days.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. And I will move to adjourn. May I have a motion to, I'm sorry, a motion to accept the executive session minutes.
So move.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, and
Motion to
motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Been moved and properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Good night.